Virus. 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 Virus.
semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1. Panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2. Memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3. Perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4. Panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5. Panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6. Aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NESDEG yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One mission,
One identity.
one community. matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ini sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentry Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Magna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk FYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports F1.
Ini masa kita, dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, tekan bersemangat. Capai cita murnimu, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri. Serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah. Lari atau tempat, masa depan
aku punya. Yakin boleh. Ku mampu apa saja. Yakin boleh. Demi cinta negara. Yakin boleh. Semangat percaya. Ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba. Bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah. Coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda. Rakan muda. Oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh. Yakin boleh. Rakan muda. Rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign the deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch, let's be high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak.
And now we're coming up to Sector 2. Looking at the first two drivers here, driving under the Esports Putrajaya 8 and 10 banners. Across the line we go now. This is where we're going to get the times rolling. So, the first of the McLarens there, 146.4, about 208, in fact 9 hundredths of a second faster than the driver coming through in second place with a 46.52, and then we see the time start tumbling here right now, coming up to the final corner. So, 9 hundredths per second, in fact nearly a tenth now between Esports Putrajaya 11 and 8. And this is a unique tournament that has been introduced for this year by KBS and ESI, is the All Women's Championship. So, this is giving a chance for plenty of girls to just show their mantle, and regardless of age, they can actually just come in and take it to the competition among each other. As we are now going through, this is the first group for semi-final 1. So they have done their qualifiers this morning, which was the Toyota Yaris around Tsukuba circuit. Now that we're going to see the competition start proper here with 10 drivers from that particular group coming into this first of 2. So we had 30 drivers coming up this morning during time trials, and now we have whittled it up to 20. And those 20 are split into the two groups that we see right now. Here's the first of them, semi-final 1, as we come through the final 2 corners of Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. This is the corner that has been reprofiled for the 2023 Formula 1 season, where we just bypass that chicane, and now we go back to the original layout, as it looks as though Esports Putrajaya 11 has not been able to improve on the time because she has actually gotten a time penalty. So she'll have to go through the penalty burn zone somewhere later lap, as Esports Putrajaya 8 has gotten through here. So then, we have the confirmation that coming through now. Here is a few drivers to have improved their lap times. Right, now then, a couple of more times have actually tumbled through the leaderboard. We're still focusing on the first place driver here. She's actually done a 46.2. Not a bad time by all means. About 0.2 of a second, close to 0.2 of a second faster than the second place driver, who was the pace setter earlier. And we have confirmation that one driver may not have been able to do a time lap right now because one of the rigs failed, but she'll do a qualifying by herself after this. Now, this will not be a problem because the best of 2 times will be counted towards the standings. As now we look at Putrajaya 16 has actually come through. She set a 43.8. So that is the fastest time by a clear margin from the rest of the field. Coming up now to the end of qualifying. We have 15 minutes, of course, halfway point of qualifying. We have 15 minutes, of course, to set the fastest times here. So plenty of time to do so, but that is a tough marker to beat. You have to find 2.4 seconds here to just get up to the driver, and then hopefully you can match their time. So we have now confirmation of one driver having some technical issues, so hopefully that can be sorted out. As meanwhile, back onto the track, we have a few drivers actually now trying to improve their time. In fact, some of them are going through the process of just going through the fuel a bit. Okay, actually going through a bit of the tires just to get them up to the heat cycle, and then push it when they really want to just get that fastest lap right now. But at this point, I think some of the drivers are just waiting to get some clear air, because I can see you can see on the top right corner of the screen, one car is definitely in the pit lane. So unfortunately, she's not been able to get on the track for now, but probably she will do a session on her own much later to get her representative time on the board. So then, as the names of the drivers are coming through my particular screen, actually now we can confirm who's up at the front of the field. It is in fact a girl named Cherry. She's actually now set a 43.5 as we saw earlier, but second place is Shahida. She has about 2.7 seconds to catch. Oh no, in fact, she has been demoted now to P3 because Genevieve Oy has actually jumped up to P2 with a 45.6. So she has improved remarkably a lot there, but still has to find 2.1 seconds to get up to the back of Cherry's time. So that is still an unbelievable pace that she has shown earlier. Right now, we are actually watching Najla, and now we jump back to drivers further behind on the grave, or in fact, further up the road where she is, but at the start of the lap. We are now focusing on Cherry, who's actually still one of the fastest drivers in the session, a 43.5 here. And second place, Genevieve there with about 2.1 seconds to catch. Meanwhile, third place, this is Shahida. We saw her earlier, how she can actually try to get out to second, but demoted because of Genevieve. Meanwhile, improvement for car number 14, that is Najla, and a few more other improvements further behind there. So quite a few drivers have actually started to get the grips of it, especially given the fact that we're coming to the end of the session. About 5 minutes left to go-ish before we call time on qualifying, and then we go to the first of the two races. Meanwhile, there is a bit of a battle on track position, but not necessarily a battle for the overall placings in the qualifying leaderboard, because this is Cherry right now trying to get by, and in fact she has done so, get by Shahida. So Shahida, who's actually P3 on the leaderboard, will probably feel a bit demotivated seeing that there's a driver passing her during qualifying, and clearly way faster than she is right now. But I think one lap pace is one thing, but you have to actually get it through for the actual race. So we'll wait and see how that plays out. Meanwhile, Genevieve gets another penalty then. We saw her earlier that she was Esports Rujaya 10, and unfortunately her lap was not going to count there, and so is this next lap for at least for a bit before she goes through the penalty burn zone. So that's unfortunate for her that she has to sacrifice this lap and then probably try to get into the closing stages a faster lap time after this. Talking to quite a few drivers, we are trying to give as much attention as possible to them, as these McLaren 650S GT3s are proven to be quite driver friendly for the most part, but when you really lose it, you can really get the car out of your control, if that makes sense, of course. But the fact of the matter is, these are GT3 cars meant to cater to a wide range of skill levels, including those who are professional and those who are dipping their toes into GT racing, hence why a lot of real-world professionals who are having jobs elsewhere can take part in GT racing, because the cars are meant to be rather accessible to them, as opposed to just being full electronics off and make it difficult for the drivers to drive, as a couple of drivers have come across for the fire. Oh, she's reversed it. She's reversing into the gravel trap. I'm not sure what is Nuria doing there. She's probably trying to ramp up the car and start another lap, but unfortunately for her, she has actually come a cropper there, and luckily has not had anyone else inside. In fact, she has gotten going again, as you can see on the top right of the screen, where the drivers are going around. You can see their trackers. But here then, we are following with Genevieve Oy. I think a couple of improvements in the first two sectors. She still has 2.1 seconds to make up. Let's see if she can actually improve here. Across the line she goes, And yep, just because the previous lap she actually had a penalty, she had to burn it. So she will be starting this one off fresh. As meanwhile, a couple more improvements have come onto the board, but not for the first place position. That is still being held by Cherry. She's actually done a massive lap time, thrown a massive gauntlet, if anything, towards the rest of the field when she set that lap time somewhere midpoint through the session. Cherry, looking at there, has a penalty. Genevieve is now on the new lap. She has gotten rid of that penalty. And now we're looking at Amira, who's actually coming through the final corner now. New Holland, which is the other name for Catalonia. Coming up now through that final corner, turn 14. Across the start-finish line now. And unfortunately, no improvement. I think she might have actually used this as a sighter for the next one. So she's just warming everything up, getting ready to go. As meanwhile, 14 comes across the line. That is Najla. Still no improvement as of yet. Now then, this is Cherry. We saw her just now having a penalty. Now this would not be counted as another new fastest lap, but she will be ramping up. Unfortunately, traffic will come in the way of Kasrina. That will actually be a bit of a bother, but unless she can dispatch her quickly, then she'll try to improve her lap time in this final lap. But I don't think she'll be too bothered by the fact that she is setting the pace up in front by a clear 2 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. This is Akila. We're on board with her now. A champion in another competition that we had earlier this year, which was also featuring an all-women's category. But so far, 4th place is her best showing. This is Genevieve Oy coming around the final corner now. Can she actually improve her lap time to go even faster? Yes, she has. But 1.5 seconds. But behind her, we see Shahida actually go up to 2nd place. So the times are tumbling towards the end of the session as the track gets much grippier here. But wow, that is quite an astonishing bit of improvement. We see Genevieve go up to 2nd, improve her 2nd place, but then Akila jumps up to 2nd, and then Shahida jumps up to 3rd. So Genevieve, despite her improvement, in one fell swoop, falls to P4 as we look at the McLaren of Amira coming up to the final sector now. But it looks as though the times are actually getting more competitive. So Cherry's time, which looked really fast by all things considered, has now looked a little bit vulnerable here. 0.8 of a second is still a big gap, but if someone can find a massive improvement here in the final minutes of qualifying, we might see Cherry's time get toppled off the leaderboard as Amira then comes around the final corner. Unfortunately, that lap time will not count because she actually got a penalty, and that is her final lap in the session. You can see that the checkered flag waves, and the end of the session has beckoned for a lot of these drivers. Unfortunately, the car in the pit lane has not been able to come out, so unfortunately she will not be seeing the session here as Cherry comes across the line. No improvement, but she's still on pole position, though we'll have to watch for the other drivers behind whether or not that can be the case, because we saw the time stumbling earlier. That could actually still happen as we see Kastrina come across the line. Kastrina Ayman, she has actually now been able to make it for the session as she crosses the line, stays in P9. Meanwhile, this is Shahida. Can she improve on the lap time coming through the final corner? It looks certainly fast in the first couple of sectors, but I think the improvement might not be there. Genevieve goes up to P2 as Amira couldn't actually improve on that. Shahida could improve on the lap time, but Jen goes up to P2 with a 44.1, just about 0.6 of a second behind Cherry. But there you go. We have seen that the girls can put up a competitive showing here as we are now heading into the first of 2 races that will decide who will go through tomorrow for the grand final, where we have 3 races at another circuit that probably the girls have seen through the regulations, but we can't just disclose just yet, just to keep the audience on their toes, because it is a fan favorite circuit now ever since it has been released. So there's your hint there. But a 43.5 for Cherry Lim shows that she means business early on in this session, as we see how that qualifying session has panned out. Waiting for the screen to now tick over to the first race of 2 here, as we have seen some improvements towards the end. The times are actually competitive. We thought that Cherry was going to steamroll this, but no. It shows that, yes, it is possible now for the other drivers to actually make this interesting and competitive. Still waiting for a couple of drivers to finish and ticking over to the next session. We're looking at right now the McLaren of Najla, number 14, on our screens. And mind you, this is not in qualifying mode anymore. This is actually just a cool-off period before we jump off into the next phase, which is the race itself. But so far, at least, I'm actually pleasantly surprised. This is really good driving from all the girls involved. And now we are going to jump into the race phase. As we can see there, the standings after the first phase of qualifying. First place is Cherry with a time of 1:43.55 times per second faster than Genevieve Oi, who actually managed to sneak it in there after tumbling through the order for a bit. She lines up right beside her on the front row. And then behind them will be Akila, car number 11. She'll be one to watch out for because she's a champion of another tournament that I followed earlier this year. And then behind them is Shahida. And the rest of the field we see on screen coming up to the back here. And it looks as though all 10 drivers did set the session, but unfortunately, the driver who is last on the leaderboard, she couldn't really put in a representative lap time. So we'll wait and see what she can do after this. So then, the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya circuit. We're using the GP layout without the chicane. This is in comparison to the fact that we are following the actual Formula 1 circuit layout. But now, the time for this talking is over. Let's wait for what the race entails, as we are now waiting for, I think, in fact, one driver. Well, our producer has told us that one driver has not been able to qualify properly, so she actually will not be showing her hand just yet. Waiting and seeing then when this the issue has been sussed out for her. But for now, what we see on screen here is the leaderboards. We look at it again. Is on pole is Cherry. Right beside her is Genevieve Voy. Then Akila in third. In fourth place is Shahida. And after that, behind them will be Sofia Zara. In sixth place is Amira. And then seventh is Najla. Eighth will be Nuria. And then ninth, we saw someone who actually put a represent lap time leaderboard is Kasrina Aiman. So that will be the 9 drivers who have actually set the leaderboard. The 10th driver in this leaderboard, unfortunately, has not been able to set the lap time proper. Right then. For the time being, though, it looks as though we have a bit of a technical issue that we need to suss up for that 10th driver on the grid who had her rig unfortunately gave out on her. But don't worry, the drivers will be working behind the scenes. The crews and the marshals will be working behind the scenes with the drivers to try and improve the situation so that it will be a nice thing for us all, that we could get the race going after this. As you can see, practice is now back on. A couple of drivers have decided to dovetail onto the track and see what they can do for final preparations before we go into the race proper. So then our race director has actually decided to halt on the race for now to just work out on the issue that befell on one of our drivers here today. She has not been able to do a representative lap time, so waiting and seeing whether or not that's going to happen. But for now, we may jump back into practice. As you can see, the cars are around on the track. The girls have extra bit of driving here, so that's actually quite an advantage to have when an issue has to be resorted behind the scenes, that the drivers can go onto the track. Right then, so it looks as though there will be no on-track action after this because of the fact that the race has been cancelled, and a lot of drivers are now jumping back into the pit lane to try and get a lap time on the leaderboard. In fact, the sole driver that couldn't get the lap time in, she will be doing a qualifying session on her own for the next 15 minutes. So we will just be talking over one driver for the rest of the way and trying to find the identity of who is that one right now. But we have confirmed from the race director that he decided to just put in, okay, quite a few drivers have, one driver didn't have a proper lap time on the board, so she will be going for a session on her own. And there we go. Qualifying has started. In fact, 2 drivers have actually gotten into this one. The other one being Shahida, in fact. So this is actually just to start the qualifying session. One driver has to... You cannot start with just one driver. You have to have at least 2 drivers in the qualifying session to click over and start the session itself. So we have one driver on her own. And in fact, we can confirm that driver is Kathina, who actually couldn't get into it earlier. But now she will be going onto the track by herself after this, once her issues have been sorted out. And it was the race director's call to try and give every opportunity, a fair opportunity to everyone involved to get a chance to drive. And for Kathina, this will be a bit of a redemption for her because she didn't get to do her run earlier. Now there she is on the track, ready to go. So 50 minutes for her, and then they will sort out the grid manually after this based on the lap times shown, as she will be able to get going again once she'll be able to get going in the race once she actually gets her lap times in. So, fair point to the organizers there. In fact, we're now back onto the track. This is Kathina. Unfortunately for her, not the most auspicious of starts, because that is a 3-second penalty she got for crossing the white line on the pit lane. So it's actually a simple mistake that can befell on anybody. Even the most professional of racing drivers sometimes just cut across when they're a bit of an eager beaver to get onto the track quickly. But for Kathina, luckily, this will not happen during the lap, during the qualifying lap for herself. She will still be going around here and get her out lap counted. So that is actually gonna not trickle into the qualifying run itself, where it will affect her run. So luckily for her, she has all the track to herself, and she'll be able to record a lap time without much interference from other drivers as she comes around New Holland, the final corner here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, and on the way to starting her first run in qualifying proper. So this actually now gives us an opportunity to take you through a hot lap around the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, the GP with no layout with no chicane. Up to the first corner, about 260 kilometers per hour into the first sector here at the start of the lap. Turn 1 and turn 2, it's plenty of room to actually have an overtaking spot. That's actually the most popular spot to pass another driver when you have the opportunity. Then the long turn 3 that comes out to the end of the first sector. Easy flat, even in the GT3 cars, let alone some cars like the F1 cars where aero is actually at a premium. Aero is so premium there. For turn 4, a bit wriggly there coming through, but luckily for her, she kept it under control. Then to turn 5, this one is for bikes, another overtaking spot, but I think for the cars, it will just be single file. Then to the bottom of the hill at turn 6 and 7, where we get up to the second sector. This is where the drivers have to really get it right, because it actually sets them up nicely for Lakaisha at turn 10. This is turn 9 coming through now. Onto the back straight, come past the second sector and through the penalty burn zone where Kathina actually had the off earlier. And up to turn 10 Lakaisha, which tightens up. This is actually another prime overtaking spot, especially for cars. That's why I said earlier, turn 9 is so important to get right, so you can actually line up to the back of somebody. Through 10 and 11, it gets a bit tight. We're not using the actual F1 layout because this is not modeled into the game. Coming through turn 13, it's actually really, really important as well to not get it wide, because otherwise you will actually run the risk of getting a penalty. We saw a few of the girls earlier getting as well. 14 then, another important corner to get right because it sets you up for the run across the start finish line, and that is a lap around the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia for Kathina. She has actually set a 52.6. So with regards to how the other times were looking just now, a 52.6 will put her just above Kasrina Aiman in P9, but no doubt that was just a banker lap. She will be going for it now in this second run. So that banker lap was just to lay the foundations for her to attack. And in fact, she has gone 0.7 of a second faster in this second qualifying run for her. So that will actually be nervous moments for some of the other drivers, but not a cause for panic, because again, there's still a race to do. In fact, we have a pair of races coming up after this for the first of 2 semi-finals in the 2 groups that we have. This is semi-final 1. Up then to turn 6, 7 to 8, and now we come up to the back straight after turn number 9. This is all important. Can she get it right? Kathina then up to the second sector timing beam right after this. If she can actually get a much better improvement from that first lap, then she will definitely be on her way. In fact, 2 seconds faster to the good. That is definitely putting herself on the way here to a much better lap time. So if it goes all to plan, she will come up to P7 here if she keeps up where it's going here, up to the final corner, final two corners here in the final sector. Through 13. Oh, in fact, she's gone off. Into the barrier goes Kathina. And in fact, I think the technical gremlins that befell her have actually fallen on her again. While she was looking so good to try in the side lap time. In fact, the throttle is stuck wide open. She's trying her best to brake, but the car is unfortunately not going in the direction she wants it to go. The car has unfortunately disobeyed her. So, it looks as though Kathina might just need to jump back into pit lane. Or in fact, has the trouble been resolved? Yes, she has. But the throttle was no doubt stuck wide open there earlier. The car just couldn't stop. And what looked good for her for a second has turned completely pear-shaped. Now, can she actually get it going in the right direction? No. In fact, the car is still going straight off in the final corner. In fact, now she's getting back under control. But unfortunately for her, that promising lap time in the previous run has been all for naught. Oh, wow. Just as things were looking good for Kathina, the Gremlins have struck again. But this time, however, it's not in the qualifying session, in a race situation. So at least for her, she's lucky she didn't actually take out another driver there. But this will no doubt be spurring her forward here. As you can see, a spirited approach through turn 1 and 2. Really shows the commitment she's putting on right now, trying to improve the lap after that previous one was taken away cruelly from her due to problems out of her control. And in fact, this time, 0.7 of a second faster, so she's really ramped up right now. Into the second sector she goes. Just waiting and seeing, because right now, she is about halfway through the session, so she has all the track to herself. And this has actually been given as a lifeline by the race direction to just give her a chance. Because again, technical problems, we just probably need to let it suss out so that she can actually get a fair run. In fact, 3.6 seconds faster. So Kathina then, hopefully that not the same problems didn't happen to her in the previous lap. If she comes out to the final corner, then runs a bit wide coming through turn 10 at Lakaisha. So I think it goes by saying that she is really committed to it after what has been a problematic first couple of sessions for her. But this time, she goes through the final corner here with not much problems. We saw it previously, how she just speared off into the wall because of the car out of control. Across the line she goes at 47.9. So that actually puts her right up alongside car number 7, which is Amira. So she will be lining up alongside her. She's just slightly slower than Amira's time. So she will line up in 7th, but no doubt then, if she gets any faster than that, she will actually go up to the leader, to the top of the time charts. But once again, she has stopped in the middle of the track, and it looks as though the technical problems have actually struck her once again. Oh, that is just so unfortunate for her. Can she get it going properly? Yes, she can, but it looks as though the technical gremlins have completely struck her. But luckily afterwards, she actually set a lap time on the leaderboard. So no doubt then the organizers behind the scenes will be looking into this quite intently because they don't want any other problems for other drivers to be a thing as well. Right, looks as though Kathina's problems have gone from bad to worse in the 2 sessions we have. The first qualifying that she didn't take part in, she couldn't really put representative lap time on the leaderboard. And now in the qualifying sessions that she had all to herself, it looks as though the same problems had befallen her. But it looks as though the car is just moving, but at the same time is not moving in the same direction as she would intend. In fact, she's pulling it off to the side of the road. And for the production side, we have no camera on her because, again, space is a premium apparently over there. So we will just try not to get into the driver's faces because otherwise it might just be causing problems for everyone involved and probably trip up a couple of wires. So apologies in advance if we are not seeing Kathina's live reaction because, again, I don't think we wouldn't want to disturb her right now, especially given the fact that this is a very, very stressful period for any driver if they've been given an opportunity, a lifeline even, to improve what happened earlier. They may not be able to fully grasp it if the technical problems are still just rearing its ugly head. And for Kathina, she will definitely be feeling that one right now. But judging by the lap time she has set so far, especially that second push lap that she actually managed to put a 47.9, it shows that she does have the pace, if only a bit of cooperation on the side of the machine that she's running on can just drive a lot with her as opposed to being against her. Oh, that was deep coming into turn 10, but luckily though, this will not be for the proper qualifying run that she was putting on because again, it seems as though it's intermittent. It was an outlap that actually was a little bit disrupted, then the full qualifying run, then the second run, which should have been faster, was disrupted by this very corner when the car just speared off because of the technical issues. And then after that, another push run, which she ultimately set her fastest lap of the day so far, before this lap has been disrupted and stymied by the problems that she was facing earlier. But now she's on for another push lap here. The final 3 minutes of this qualifying session for Kathina, and no doubt she will try her best to just get another lap on the board, but unless of course another problem comes across, and it has done so. In fact, she will be jumping out of the session by the looks of it because, in fact, she's still on the track, but no doubt the problems that she's been having right now is just something she did not want, especially with the race coming large after this. And in fact, we are now gonna still go. We're gonna actually check the problems here behind the scenes. The vendors and of course the organizers are gonna check what happened to the wheel. But for the time being, though, we are gonna be going for a bit of an intermission in between what has happened during qualifying and the race itself. So the grid will be sorted right after this, and I would hazard to guess will have to be sorted manually based on the time that she has set so far with Kathina. But for the time being, Cherry on pole position, and beside her Genevieve Voy will be twiddling their fingers a bit, really waiting for the race to start because they just no doubt want to get the competition to go underway here. And in the meantime, though, yes, in fact,
semakin hari semakin pesat membangun bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri isukan. Sebuah garis panduan pembangunan isukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri isukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1. Panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan isukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri isukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri isukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam isukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri isukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu isukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah isukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang kepada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
to support us, I think it matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to Noah Esport and also another esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations to Sama being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Squad.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, tekan bersemangat. Capai citamu demo, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Kecemerlanganmu rakan muda, di mana jua hargai diri. Serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu rakan muda, impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh rakan muda. Genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata terus bangun, aku terus mampu apa saja, yakin boleh. Demi cita negara, yakin boleh. Semangat percaya, ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you can tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to Noah Esport and also another esport team.
Okey, program ini sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentry Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL.
Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations, Gustavo.
Hello and welcome back to the action here as we have now started the first of two races. We're going to go into a replay of what happened here to one of the races earlier inside this first couple of laps. This is lap 2. Jumping over the curb, that was actually quite a risky moment for a lot of them. But looks as though, I think we might just be seeing just a replay further behind of the small action. We are not getting the full replay of what happened there earlier, where there was a couple of collisions that happened right up to turn number 4. But we'll get back into it as soon as we could right now, as the replay has actually overrun itself. Now then, back to the live action, and right up in front is Cherry by about 3 seconds ahead of that looks like Jen Akila, and then Jen is in P5 right now. We're looking at her. This is still the top 5 that are going to come through to punch their names into a provisional final spot. But again, they still have one more race after this to go. Then they can actually do the finals after tomorrow, which will come as soon as we get over the line with the semi-finals here. Further behind, that is Najla, who's actually about 40 seconds behind the race leader right now, which is Cherry, who's actually proven to be quite a versatile racer alongside her being fast in the qualifying session. Behind her, we have car number 11, which is Kila, and then Ria's just by about 0.8 of a second is Shahida. So that's the top 3 that were in the qualifying session earlier, then they have proven to be so as well, which also includes Genevieve. She's in P5. She lined up second beside Cherry, and then in between them is Sofia Zara. So she actually managed to punch her way up into the top 5, as now Jen is under huge pressure from behind from Amira coming up to turn number 10. Can she do it? No. She nearly got her way into there. Into the final sector we go. Still tight proceedings between everyone. And remember, this is only just the first race of the day. We still have quite a few left to go after this to really sort out who's going to go through the final and who's going to be going home early across the top finish rate. That is Shahida, who's still in P3. She's lost a bit of time there to Akila. And up in front, Cherry's just really pushing away. So nothing that these two can do for now, apart from hoping that a mistake can happen to Cherry. But it looks as though she's in impervious form today, wanting to set a gauntlet for the rest of the field to come by. And in fact, in the time trials that we had earlier, it was actually not Cherry that set the fastest time. In fact, it will be Diana who will be coming into the later groups after this. And behind her was Genevieve. Jolie was third. Cherry was the 4th fastest driver in the time trial, but she's proven to be the fastest among the groups here. Then Noor Khaira 5th, Noor Shahida 6th, Jin Yao 7th, Sophia 8th, 9th is Sin Yao, and 10th Akila. So a couple of the drivers who are in this group were coming from that first time trial session, but for now, those who were on the odd number, on the even numbers split actually get into Group A, while the odd numbers will be in Group B. So that will be quite interesting to see, because we have quite a few fast drivers in that particular group as well who have had some sim racing experience prior to this. Watching right now, this is Shahida giving chase to Akila, and looks as though Akila has been able to keep up with the pace for now, but not as much as she would have liked. In fact, still more time has been gained by Cherap in front. In fact, we're looking further behind. This is another battle that's brewing between Sofia Zara and Genevieve Oy, and Genevieve has actually caught up to the back of Sofia, coming into the final 2 sectors here. Into the penultimate corner, and now can she get a good run? The car's a bit wriggly coming through that final corner, turn 14, but I think she may have been able to just get it under control, and now trying to go up to the back of Sofia Zara. She sets her personal best lap, and she's right in the slipstream coming up to turn number 1. Can she actually pull off the move on the inside here? Up they go to turn number 1. She actually has the run, doing a bit of a Vettel on Bottas in 2017. Can she get it stopped in time? Yes, she does. But Zara's around the outside. Sofia Zara goes around and fights back. This is a good bit of racing between the two of them. But Genevieve, the Toyota rookie, manages to get it up to P4, and a brilliant bit of driving. We probably don't need to get a replay of that one right now, because we still are seeing the battle between these two brewing here, because you can see Zara trying to actually come back at her after the overtake, and all the while then, behind them, Amira might just be able to call in and just watching breathe. She may be riding on the coattails of these two, but if they were to come a cropper, she will get an easy 4th place, and a bit of a relief coming into the first 2 races of the first of 2 races here, because remember, top 5 qualify for tomorrow's final. That's what they want to be. The top 5 is important, but it's not the end of the world if they don't finish in the top 5 right now. It's just that it makes their work harder for the second race coming out later today. Through to turn number 9, onto the back straight here, coming out to Lakaisha at turn 10. It looks as though Amira has actually come up to the back of Sofia Zara, and Sofia might be feeling a bit of the pressure. In fact, that is very close. The camera jumps right in time to just look at Zara jumping up to the back of the car number 15 of in fact, Sofia Zara was actually being jumped on by Amira, so Amira just nearly got into the back of her. Luckily got it stopped right in time. Through turn 13. And now 14, so Genevieve may just make a beeline for... Oh, that's a penalty! That's a penalty! Half a second penalty for Genevieve. So that might actually just make things very interesting as we now jump up to the leaders. It looks as though Akila has actually reeled in to the back of Cherry. So the pace that she showed earlier has dropped off a bit as we come now to the final 4 laps of this race. Lap 7 out of 10. And Zara, saw it behind, was actually lining up move coming out to turn number 1 as well on Genevieve, but it looks as though she can make a stick. We look here at Akila. Can she actually reel in even more onto the back of Cherry? Was Cherry just backing off, saving her best energy for later? But it looks as though it looked like she was in impervious form, but now she might have to start thinking on looking in her mirrors as opposed to just looking forward now, coming into the final 4 laps of this race. Third place, we are looking at Shahida. She's actually done a good job as well in keeping up with Amira, with Akila, but Akila has actually really pulled a bit of a gap on her and closing into the race leader. Meanwhile, Genevieve, this is the one we're looking at right now. She's gotten a penalty because of cutting a corner somewhere, half a second penalty, and this will be crucial if Sofia Zara or, in fact, behind her, Amira can actually get up. Now she crosses through the penalty line. Can Sofia Zara get up to the back of her into turn number 10? Looks as though Jen has actually pulled a bit of a gap, and a nice one, in fact, despite getting a penalty, to stay in 4th place. So, looks as though Sofia Zara wasn't able to make use of that situation. Right then, coming through turn 13 and 14, but looks as though Sofia Zara is ready to repay the favor for what Jen did earlier by repassing her for position in the evenly matched McLarens right now, but it looks as though the McLaren that's running behind here in 5th has the better of the two in terms of pace. Coming out now to the start finish line, she in fact has posted a personal best, but oh no, behind Amira has actually gotten a penalty herself, so she might drop even further behind from this battle and losing the first blood in, if you will, in this particular instance, or trying to qualify for the top 5. But luckily for her, 6 is not the end of the world. Remember, when we actually go into the race number 2, we will actually flip the script a bit. She might just start even further up the grid. But for now, P6 for her is the best she could muster, unless something dramatic happens between Sofia Zara and Jen in the final 3 laps of this race. All eyes on them. 12 seconds for the gap towards the leader, but I don't think they'll be minding that too much because they have both of them for company really, really close. And Jen is probably trying to get the pace on that McLaren, but it looks as though she's not able to pull away from the interest of Sofia Zara. Sofia is really putting the pressure, or rather reapplying the pressure in the same way that Jen applied to her when she lost position. Meanwhile, it looks as though the race leader has managed to pull away. Cherry has actually now pulled up a 3.1 second gap to Akila. We thought Akila was actually able to close up to the back of her at one point, but it looks as though Cherry's now picked up the pace again as we head into the penultimate lap right after this. Meanwhile, Shahida in P3 has been able to maintain the same pace as well. 5 seconds to the good on her in front of Jen, so she doesn't have much to worry about, unless of course there's a mistake that can happen again. It could easily happen even to the best of drivers, because sometimes it takes a momentary lapse in concentration to just let a driver behind get back into action. And case in point, just now we saw Jen with a penalty. Luckily though, she managed to pull the gap back up to about a second to Sofia Zara. And likewise, Sofia has been able to pull the gap in front of Amira after her penalty there. Meanwhile, Kasreen Aiman, P7. She's now about half a minute behind Amira, so this is probably going to be a race that she will try to regather her thoughts in between while racing, and after that, post-race, and see whether or not she can actually improve to get up to the top 5, and crucially, the all-important points for her to qualify for tomorrow's final. Meanwhile, behind Kasrina, we have Nuria, and further behind, about 23 seconds as well, is Kathina, who we saw just now had her own qualifying session because of rig problems, but luckily that has been sorted. And further behind, we look through the entire field of drivers who are competing in this group. This is Najla, right up at the back in P10, a full minute behind the race leader. In fact, she's about to be lapped, so bang on cue that the camera just picked up the right driver to look at, because we are now watching Cherry as she is negotiating the final sector on the penultimate lap of this race, the first semi-final race out of 2, and that's a good bit of driving. In fact, that's pretty nice that we saw Najla giving way to all the drivers behind. So fair bit of driving. She saw the blue flags and gives way to the rest of the field to come by. Akila was the next to come through, and behind is Shahida, who also has managed to clear the back marker. Meanwhile, back with Jen, she actually pulled a 3.3 second gap to Sofia Zara, who really were in a ding-dong battle earlier. But now the final lap has started for Cherry. No doubt this has been a superb performance. The first 15 points will fall onto her lap and will no doubt be putting it as a foundation to go through. As we look at Kathina, somewhere behind there, has actually gotten rig troubles again, I think, by looks of it. Or she might have actually spun it by herself. But whatever it is, Kathina has actually now probably be falling into the clutches of Najla. And Najla herself is actually under pressure from Genevieve Void. But it's not for position, it's for track position to be lapped. And again, good piece of driving. She's actually using her mirrors and guessing where the other drivers are in relation to her so that they can actually avoid coming a cropper, especially at this most crucial juncture. For turn 5. And Jen has actually clawed in a bit of the gap back to Shahida. There is Shahida in third place, but I think she may not be able to do any much difference here. But apart from the fact that up in front, might be a slight difference here because a post-race penalty might be on the way for Cherry because she's got half a second penalty. Did you see the red marker underneath Cherry's name? So that might be interesting because if you cross the line with a penalty, you will actually be deducted by a you'll be given a second on your time. In fact, there it is now. Half a second penalty for Cherry. Let's see if this affects the race results. But for now, she has put in a superb performance in this first race for semi-final number 1. As she comes across the line now, wins the race provisionally, but will she stay in front? There she goes across the line. Cherry wins it. Second place is Akila. And in fact, Cherry does take the victory because the penalty wasn't that as bad as we thought. Third place will be Shahida. Fourth, Jen comes across the line clear in front of Sofia Zara, who had a bit of a ding-dong battle towards the end of the race. And then the rest of the field will come across pretty soon, I am sure. In fact, we have seen Najla cross the line. She's in P14 after being lapped. And then this is Amira coming across the final corner then. No doubt she'll be a bit disappointed that the pace was lost towards the end because she had a glimmer of hope trying to get up to the top 5. But she crossed the line in a decent 6th place. Would be a good foundation to build on, especially if she tries to qualify for tomorrow's finals. Then car number 13, Kashrina Aiman, P7. Again, another one of those drivers who would not be too disappointed because at least there's points on the board for everyone involved. But this is a good haul of points as a way to challenge for the top 5 later on today. Across the line she goes, P7, setting a personal best on the final lap. And then the rest of the field coming by Nuria in P8. And then behind her will be Kithina to finish off the race for all 10 drivers here in the first semi-final of 2 semi-finals that we have here today. And the 2 groups that we have. And race number 1 has been completed for this first semi-final. We'll wait and see what semi-final 2 entails. That will be interesting because that's where plenty of the fast drivers are right now. We're watching Kitina. Through the final corner she goes. And that will be semi-final 1 completed. And apologies for the technical delays earlier. We seem to have actually sussed that. But now we have completed race number 1. Bang on cue here for the first of 2 semi-finals. And race 1 for the semi-final 1 is now completed. So then, there's your winner, Cherry. And by just a measly amount, we're going to see the results here of what it looked like with the penalties, all things considered. So, here are your provisional results. And unless, of course, penalties were standing. There's that 1 second penalty that I said earlier that befell on Cherry. But luckily for her, it was not too detrimental to her overall race results because that would still be the win for her. Second place is Akila. And then third place is... Third place is Shahida. So that's your top 3 now. Now then. So that is the first semi-final. Semi-final 1 out of the way for race number 1. Now then, we will be going to race the second semi-final after this, which is for race number 1 of that particular group. We're waiting and seeing right now what is going to entail next. Now then, we jump over to...
Semakin hari semakin pesat membangun bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri isukan. Sebuah garis panduan pembangunan isukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri isukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1. panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan isukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri isukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri isukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam isukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri isukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu isukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah isukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
us a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap ke situ. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentry Symphony Esports. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL.
Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out.
Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Squad.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, petikkan bersemangat. Capai cita-mu demo, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Usaha dan berjaya, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda, sampai masa dunia kita punya. Rakan muda, kita genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah. Lari atau terbang, masa depan kemampuan ku punya. Yakin boleh, ku mampu apa saja. Yakin boleh, demi cita negara. Yakin boleh, semangat percaya. Ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, coba cita murnimu. Rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be that good to tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
5 years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to catalyze esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang kepada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
one identity,
one community.
us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to Noah Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentry Symphony Esports. Juara kategori Free Fire Magna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL. Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita. Dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba. Pegang bersemangat. Capai cita murnimu. Rakan muda. Oh yeah. Pewaris era jaya. Harapan bangsa. Serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri. Serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata terus bangun, aku terus melangkah. Lari atau terbang, masa depanku punya. Yakin boleh, ku
apa saja, yakin boleh. Demi cita negara, yakin boleh. Semangat percaya, ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, coba cita murnimu, rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
Hello and good afternoon. Welcome back then to the RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship 2025. This is the Gran Turismo 7 Open. My name is Amir Haziq, and we are here live now for another round of racing for around the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. We will be going out now for the second semi-finals, which will take place very soon as the players are now getting gridded up into their assigned rigs, and we're ready to go as well to determine the other top 5 that will go through for tomorrow's final. But this is their first race, of course. We still got another race for Group A, and after that, Group B's second race will be coming up right after that. So, 3 more races in essence to go before we close off the day, and we will announce our 10 best drivers that will be going through to the grand finals of this year's tournament. So, without further ado then, we will now be heading off to the start of qualifying right after this, where we will see the drivers who are coming through. But before that, we will we will actually go through the drivers who have actually taken part in this group, because this is Group B. But oddly enough, we will actually be going through odd numbers this time, and the drivers who actually made it into that top 20 will now be reassigned into the groups as we say it for this one. So Diana is the one that was the fastest overall and will be the first of the drivers in Group B. She did a 57.7 around Tsukuba in the Toyota Supra GT4. Behind her was Genevieve, but she already has done her race and she finished in the top 5 in that one. So we don't have to discount her out there. We can discount her out in this one because behind her, Jolie, she's the one who did 58.1. P3 third fastest in the leaderboards, second in the group here. So she will be in Group B as well. Behind her, we will now run through the order as in group. Nokhaira, a 58.2. Pei Jin Yao, a 58.4. And then running out the top 10 in the overall stakes, Lee Sin Yao with 58.6. And then the other drivers in the group, Chia Shin Yi, Afika, Jennifer, Azrina, Arifin, and Khalida will be running out your group. So that will be it for the drivers who are actually taking part. Hello, Dan. My name is Amir Haziq, and we are here for the second semi-final, Group B, as we are going to have to say it, for this round. And we are looking forward to whoever's going to be going through here, because remember, top 5 from each group will be qualifying to the finals tomorrow. But before they have to go there, we will have to go through a pair of races. And of course, to decide that the first race will be qualifying. And qualifying is so important here because to be right at the back and trying to carve your way through may not be an easy prospect. So for some of these girls, it's probably their first time ever running in a big competition, whereas others, they have had experience before in other tournaments. The likes of Diana and Jolie, which this correspondent knows personally as well, have taken part in. Genevieve is her first major tournament as well. She actually did quite decently for herself in that first race, despite coming a cropper a couple of times, including a few collisions, which she has protested. So, without further ado, we will actually go into qualifying very soon because the drivers are actually getting gridded up into their rigs. But again, we will run through the time trial results, as I mentioned earlier, which decided the groups of the 20. So Diana was fastest at 57.7. She definitely laid the gauntlet, but behind her was Genevieve at 57.8, which is not that far off, about a 10th off, and this is really setting the tone for the competition, isn't it? The fastest girls are coming to the fore right now. Jolie was third with 58.1. Then Cherry, who was our winner in the first semi-final just now, she did a 58.1, and that was also a marker that she set in her particular group, if she showed that maybe she saved her best performance for the race itself. Then Nokhaira, a 58.2, and then Nur Shahida, who also took part in that first semi-final, she did a 58.3. Behind her, Jin Yao, 58.4, Sophia, 58.5, Lee Sin Yao, a 58.6, and then Akila, 58.7. So that rounds out your top 10. Outside of that, we go all the way to 20th. Chia Shinyi, 59.3, the first of the 59s. Amira, 59.6. Afika, 59.7. Nuria, 59.9. Jennifer, a minute 0.2. So that's also already going to the first minutes. Najla, we also saw earlier just now, a minute 0.4. Azrina Arifin, a minute 0.5. And then Kasrina Aiman, she actually has one of the most on numbers, but she will definitely be wishing that she had more speed in that first race because she had a potential to be the top 5, a minute 0.888. Khalida, a minute 1.0. And then Kitina, the last of the qualifiers, who managed to scrape through by just about 1.8 seconds, a 1 minute 2.3. So we say goodbye to 10 drivers just now from the earlier qualifying session, or rather the time trial, the best of 2 time trial sessions where you had to actually record your times. So these are the girls that didn't make it. Rabiatul a minute 4.1, Shamimi a minute 4.6, Nadia a minute 5.1, Suraya 109.3, Nawal 109.7, and then the other drivers who did not set their lap times because I think they couldn't make it or they had to pull out due to unforeseen circumstances. Atika, Atira, Colleen, Hanis, and Christina, your other drivers who didn't make it through. Now then, so that is the run through for all 20 drivers that have made it through and the 10 that have not. Now we get to the serious business of getting ready for the action to come. And this will be the one that decides the first race, but not the overall stakes because, again, we still have to go through another semi-final after this, which is the second race for Group A that will be coming up after this first one for group semi-final 2. The group in here will be Diana, Jolie, Nokaira, and then Jin Yao, Xin Yao, Xinyi, Afika, Jennifer, Azrina Arifin, and Khalida will be the 10 drivers that will be taking part in this round as our circuit now camera focuses on the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, looking really pristine. A very famous racetrack in the world of Formula One and European racing, and in fact, international racing overall. Because many series come here to do not only just testing for F1, but also winter racing for the likes of junior single-seaters and endurance racing as well, with the likes of the 24-hour series. Opened in 1991, this is in essence still the same layout that we have used in essence, because this is the only difference compared to the original circuit where it became much tighter to increase overtaking at La Caixa in turn number 10. But apart from that, the rest of the circuit, with a few additions as well, including a rallycross track and this section that was first opened in 2007 to, again, promote overtaking coming out to turn number 1, we have bypassed that. And MotoGP as well uses the shorter version of the chicane that actually cuts in that first left-hander rather than the second one that goes further inwards. So some configuration changes, but apart from that, the nature, the character of the track has not really changed much ever since it first opened in 1991. And what an occasion it was. The first ever Spanish Grand Prix around the Circuit Barcelona Catalunya saw a hectic race between Ayrton Senna and Nigel Mansell, especially on this front straight where they went side by side, sparks flying, which pretty much conjures up images of all the Clash of the Titans in F1 back then. But certainly, the circuit has had its criticisms with regards to racing, though it has been proven not true, especially what we saw just now in that first semi-final where the racing was actually pretty good. Very close and very frenetic. We saw some overtaking and some good bit of defending from drivers all around. And really then, it probably begs the question whether or not this circuit really lends itself to much higher powered cars, in particular F1. But make no mistake, there were still some good races around the circuit. It's just sad that we won't be seeing it in the immediate future because of the opening of the Madrid in Madrid for next year's Spanish Grand Prix. So this circuit now will just be taken on by other racing series, the likes of GTs and sports car prototypes. So then we are still waiting for the rest of the field to come in because, again, our marshals on the ground and the crew behind the scenes are working around the clock to make sure that everyone gets their seat and everyone is entered into the game properly, because otherwise we'll end up like having a qualifying session for one driver because of rig problems. That was Kitina just now, who had to wait out for the entire session for 15 minutes and then take her own 15-minute session to qualify for the race. So not ideal, but again, it's those sort of things that happen during a live event where you cannot really predict what happens with the equipment because it doesn't really cooperate with what we want. But again, just those technical gremlins that needs to be ironed out. But apart from that, afterwards, we can get the action underway. And so far, at least, it has been really good action at the front. But this is the group that I think will definitely set the gauntlet for what promises to be some really, really good racing, because some of the fast girls that have taken part in previous tournaments in Malaysia that also had an all-female component, they were quick and they were competitive. So we can't wait to see how this will shake out, because this, for me, this correspondent personally thinks it's one of the groups of deaths. So then, still waiting as we are now, waiting for the qualifying session to start. Already, just a small practice session. Couple more cars have entered. In fact, 6 cars have entered into the server. So now we're still waiting here for what is actually a full 10 driver grid. So as again, I did say earlier, the drivers that did take part include the likes of Diana, Jolie, Nokaira, Jin Yao, Xin Yao, Xin Yi, Afika, Jennifer, Azreen Arifin, Khalida. They will all be waiting to get in their rigs, and no doubt will be shaking right now to just get going, because in some tournaments, some drivers will probably feel the tension. Me personally, I really don't feel it that way, because I will just get over it. It just feels calm. But again, coming back to the camera here, it looks as though, yes, a slight bit of delay waiting for the drivers to just get ready to come in. But for now, anyway, it looks as though we have had some really good racing in that first one, especially with the likes of Cherry really showing the gauntlet how she was fast. Genevieve, who was actually second fastest in the time trial session, couldn't put it into the first place at all. But luckily for her, she has actually finished in that top 5 in the first race. So it will be a good thing for her to have at this point in time before we go into the second race right after this, where she really has to put her foot to the ground and try to make it into the top 5, which in turn will be joined by the other 5 that will qualify for tomorrow's final. So the top 10 overall will go through, and the other 10 will go home early. Right. So let's see then. It looks as though, I think, judging by the marshals so far right now, it's every player is still just getting into their rigs. But a bit about the circuit, again, I did mention earlier, a circuit that was built in 1991. Well, she finished building in 1991. It broke ground just a couple of years prior to that, and it has been around the F1 calendar for almost donkey years. But we have said goodbye to it, sadly, due to the fact that there has been the opening of the brand new Madrid circuit, the Madrid, right in the cities. In the heart of that particular city. But we wouldn't say goodbye to the circuit altogether, because it will still be open to other series. 4.657 kilometers, a couple of turns that will be really giving drivers a huge test will be the long turn 3. That definitely will be a sight to behold, especially when you go side by side on the first couple of laps. And then turn 10, Lakaisha, where it is a tightened hairpin. Some of those drivers may not be able to brake in time, and we will see a collision, as we have seen so far with what happened in Genevieve. In fact, she has protested for what happened earlier, where I think, I'm looking at I'm looking at a separate screen right now, how this was a misjudged maneuver. Got whacked from behind, but luckily though, she has actually kept it in the right direction, and mercifully, no such incidents other than apart from a couple of touches there. But for sure, that the competition is heating up, is there, because Genevieve comes from a background of real life racing, Toyota Gazoo Racing rookie this year. She will no doubt be having that race mode on and try to just get the stewards, or the jury as we call them here, to look into that. But again, that first race really saw a close battle right at front, but towards the end, it's just coming to a close where the gap just opened up again. So maybe Cherry at that time was just keeping her powder dry and kept her foot not so flat to the floor until it really mattered. But for now, we will see that we have some of the competitors into their seats. And yes, in fact, right now we have confirmation from our head marshal who the drivers in their seats are. And so you'll see on the track after this, it says Esports Purujaya with a number at the back. The numbers are the ones that we are going to go through here. So, Xinyi, who's driving car 11, and then Jin, number 10, Khalida, number 9, Jolie, 8, Xin Yao, 7th, Khaira, 12, Jennifer, 13, Diana, 14, Azrina, 15, and Afika, 16. So, without further ado, we will actually be jumping into qualifying very soon. 2 minutes left to go after this, and then we will get ready for what promises to be a very intriguing session, because, again, some of the fast girls are in this one. Of course, there were fast girls that joined in the previous semi-final, but this one is definitely going to be right up there, in my opinion, because there are some of these girls are known competitors, and they are very, very, very eager to just get going with this. So then, we are now into the server, waiting for session to get underway. And in fact, I think I see all 10 cars are now on the grid, so in the pit lane garages right now, and it's up to the discretion of the race director once everyone gets themselves comfy inside. In fact, I see a couple of cars out on circuit getting ready for their practice sessions. You can see cars zipping past in the background earlier. But again, I had to just reiterate the point of how for those drivers, they have to be kept waiting. It just feels so tense for them to just get it going. But for me personally, in tournaments, I just never felt that way. I just felt really comfortable, relaxed, can talk to people. But it's just a matter of different strokes for different folks, I would say. It's just some drivers handle pressure differently than others. Right. As our race director has announced that it will be starting soon, we will get ready to go here for qualifying, as we are now getting ready to go here. So the 10-second count has begun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we will now be underway for the practice session. In fact, for the qualifying session to start our second semi-final, first race of this particular group. Right then. I wonder who will be the first to just jump to go. In fact, I see that Kyra has actually made it out as well. Alongside her, I saw Xinyi. So, there we go. We're on board with one of the McLarens. In fact, it's not one of the white McLarens that I saw coming to pit lane. It is an orange McLaren, but I can't see which driver is it because the indicators are not on yet, but we'll get the graphics on screen, I'm pretty sure. Right then, through turn number 3, the long right-hander. Easy flight in GT3 cars, but it's just a bit of a wiggle that you need to just get by here to turn into the corners. In fact, there's one coming for right now. That's Jin. So Jin Yao has actually come to the front of the entire field. And we're on board with car number 13. That's Jennifer. So Jennifer behind her has actually been overtaken on the road. So psychological warfare, you might say, or psychological advantage just to get a better track position. As, oh, there goes Jennifer into the gravel trap, and that will definitely send her all the way back. So she might have been first out of the blocks, but now she has stumbled halfway through as a few more drivers behind actually got the red penalties. You can see the red indicators and the yellow bar coming up when they want to go through to the penalty timer. That means they've actually cut the pit lane line. So unfortunately for them, that has been a common theme. Some drivers just happen to forget that the white line means that you have to stay in there when you go into the pit lane. So maybe the driver's briefing, they were probably they didn't hear it as well as the others, or maybe they just got a bit too excited that they just wanted to get on track quickly. But I would probably lean towards the latter because it's a mistake that anybody can do. Even professional drivers have crossed the pit lane white line when they feel just eager to get on track. As Jin goes off earlier, coming up to the final sector at turn number 12. So again, some of these girls are just getting to grips with a car that actually is a little bit on the tetchier side, shall we say, because it is very, very slippery when you drive when we're in a car like this. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, but the weight balance is also heavily lean towards rear because of the way the car is positioned. So that's why it can happen like that. Look, mid-corner is just shimmying coming through turn number 1, but Jin manages to hang on to that. Now then, coming up to turn number 3. This is the first of the qualifiers, and this is a banker lap. We're not going to see representative types just yet. It's just something to put on the board to improve. And behind her, it looks as though she's actually gotten someone for company, and that's Jolie. So that's a driver she's familiar with because she actually raced together before with her in other tournaments, not just this one, but another all-female tournament that happened earlier this year, and in other tournaments that have been co-partnered with RAKAN MUDA as well. So they're both known quantities. So then, through to number 6, 7, and up to 8 and 9 right after this. This is the start of the final sector. In fact, she will go through the timing sector beam at these before entering turn number 10, Lakaisha. Meanwhile, behind her, this is also coming for company is Jolie, and then behind them is Kyra. So it looks as though they've spaced out quite evenly, and that's nice to see because the drivers just need to give each other some breathing room because otherwise they would just get in each other's way. As we look at Jennifer just now, who went off into the gravel trap. This is Adriana Arifin, one of the oldest competitors in the field, into her 30s, but no doubt that age is not a factor, especially given the fact that she is so competitive. She also shares a lot about her sim racing journey, racing in the likes of Pantera and also took part in GP at one point. Now then, across the line, that's the first of the timing markers being set, and the gauntlet has been thrown by Jolie. We saw Jin getting a lap time earlier that was faster, but then Jolie upstage here. The rest of the field coming through. Looks like Sinyal goes out to P3, and then P4 will be Kyra. And then the rest of the times are tumbling, but we're waiting for some of the faster girls to come by here. Here's Azrina coming by. She calling Master P7. Side by side, they go across the line. Two cars are fighting each other in qualifying. Well, that's not a way to go, isn't it? I think that might have been Diana involved in it, but I'm not sure who's the other car. As the last driver to cross the timing beam is Xin Yi, and she crosses the line up into P5. So then, some of them already practicing racing before even the real race began. Wow, if that was a taste of what's to come, and I think the crowd will be definitely entertained by this. And so you who are actually watching online, whether you're on YouTube or Facebook, hello, welcome. Let's hope that you are entertained right now by the race so far. And without even knowing who's driving, it's almost like seeing actual professionals at work here. Because so far, at least, the ones who keep each other's distance is good. They actually know that this is qualifying session. Those who are racing, well, I think they are actually eager to get their actual race proper underway. As Jin goes fastest overall with a purple sector in that second split, but she goes wide and along with Jolie. So Jolie, who's actually getting a draft from Jin, but might have actually gotten a little bit of targeted fixation. That's why she went wide. Meanwhile, we look at Xin Yao and Kyra. So Xin Yao actually just overtook Kyra there for track position, but I don't think that will be doing good for their lap times. As we look at Jin at the front, she'll know that'll be fastest. She has a 44.8, but then a 44.6 for Jin. Jolie, she goes way faster there, and just about by 0.4 of seconds. Meanwhile, going off track is Xin Yao. Behind her is Kyra, who overtakes. They know that they will not be able to. In fact, they have improved their lap time somehow through all the hammer and tongs fighting. Well, that's a turn out for the books. Meanwhile, behind them, Afika across the line improves her time. We're waiting to see what Azrina, Diana, and the other drivers behind are doing here. This is Azrina Arifin. She's lost on the leaderboard right now. She comes across the line. What's the time going to be? An improvement, but she still stays in P10. Jennifer in P8. And there is Khalida coming across the line. Still stays where she is. But, wow. It's all choppy changing. In fact, there's a big change at the top of the leaderboard. Diana goes fastest. Put Esport J14 for 143.4. Well, she goes 1.2 seconds to the good, and she might have actually found a bit of leeway while everyone was just scrapping to get it on the board. And no doubt, because she set the fastest time during the time trials, she is trying to put a statement of intent. On the back straight then, this is Jin and Jolie. Jolie goes 3/10 faster overall. That's purple sectors for her. And I think Jin as well, she actually is slightly improving on her time. They're still staying together closely in proximity, but it might be beneficial for Jolie because she's actually getting a lot of the slipstream, so that's what actually is propelling her forward. But 1.2 seconds to make up. Let's see what she can do, because she is 3/10 faster than Diana's time, so we might be seeing a 42 here if she gets that final sector right. Coming out of the final corner then through turn 14, across the start finish rate with a bit of tow. She gets us up to P2, a 43.6 as well, but she just eclipsed Jin because Jin improved for a second, but then Jolie gets back at it, get back up there. Now back up to our current pole sitter, or we jump back to Xin Yao because she's actually just in front of the road on her. Let's see if she can actually improve her time, and she has up to P4. So that's a good bit improvement. But where's Diana coming through? She has actually improved her time. Oh no, in fact, it's still 43.4, but she cannot improve it because of the penalty she got through the final corner. That's a bit of a tragedy, but luckily for her, still about 8 minutes left to go in the session after this to complete her time. As further behind, we're looking at Xin Yi, just going a bit wide, coming up to turn number 12. Our camera is jumping around a bit, trying to get all the drivers, as many drivers as possible with their lap times. As someone who's improved is actually Azrina Arifin. She's jumped up to P8 at 51.6. So at least she's not bogged glass on the board here, but still some ways away from making it into the top 5 among this top 10 drivers who have actually qualified for semi-final 2. There is Xin Yi coming to start on our left. This is Diana. Diana actually has incurred a penalty, so she may not be able to improve her time on this run, but she will be watching in earnest what the other girls are doing around here, especially Jin and Jolie, because they're still together, by the way. Looks as though Jolie is loving the benefit she's been getting from the slipstream, staying behind Jin as they come around now to turn 13 and 14. Let's see if this is improvement. It looked like there was not purple sectors, but blue sectors, or we say it's green, because it's personal best coming out of the final corner now for Jin and Jolie, but it looks as though the final sectors have deserted them because 2 seconds was the time there off for both Jolie and Jin. Meanwhile, back to Kyra, who's actually battling with Sen Yao. Sen Yao goes wide into turn 13. They're actually still battling each other. In fact, these might have been the two drivers that were actually banging door handles to door handles, but yet, miraculously, Kyra improves. She actually managed to improve her time. Stays in P5 though, but at least she improved the time there. No doubt she would be much faster if she had some clear air. Meanwhile, further behind, Afika. Car number 16, across the line, kicks up a bit of dirt and improves up to P6. Meanwhile, Azrina Arifin, we're looking at her right now. I don't think she's actually gotten a faster lap this time. Yes, in fact, it's 9/10 off as opposed to what she was doing earlier, 51.6, her fastest time. Now then, more and more drivers are coming across the line. We still don't see any improvements, and we are now coming into the 10th minute of this session. Pretty soon, I think the drivers might start thinking that they might not have enough time to do a few more runs after this, so they have to make the laps count now, because otherwise, opportunities are just dwindling here. And case in point, for Jin and for Jolie, they've been together since the start of the session, but it looks as though the times have not been improving. In fact, Jin in front of the two in this screen is just probably starting to hold up Jolie a little bit, because it's nice to have a bit of a toe coming up to the straights, but through the corners, because dirty air is simulated somewhat in Gran Turismo, and these cars are very aero reliant, they will have to give a bit of a distance, otherwise the outwash might just start to affect their handling through the corners, which in turn makes them turn more and will eat into those tires. And in fact, look at that, 2.5 seconds was the last time, the difference between their personal best and the lap time they set. So I think Jolie might start thinking maybe the toe is not worth it for now. She might have to just try to give herself a bit more space to have an opportunity to attack Diana, who's right now just still 2/10 ahead of Jolie. Oh, we have a spinner. That was a spinner there for a second, and that is Xin Yi. So Xin Yi has dropped it, coming out to turn 6-7. Right then, coming through the final corner, we are looking at Afika, who's 6 right now. Let's see if she can improve her time. Yes, by a 10th, and she proves it to 7th by just about 5 tenths of a second ahead of Xin Yi, who we saw just now earlier had a spin. Through turn number 3, we still are on board with car number 16, Afika, but I think Afika may just be going out for another lap. In fact, she's going for another push, 1.3 seconds up on her personal time. So let's see then. If she actually improves it, she will remain 6th, but will give a bit of trouble to Kyra, who is right now holding that P5 spot. And for everyone involved here, and those who are not in the know, the top 5 go through to the final for tomorrow, but we still have another race to do, 2 races to do after this. A pair of races for each group that will have accumulative points, and then they will go through to the finals tomorrow. The 10 best drivers on the group from the groups here today will be fighting out for the overall grand prize. And what a grand prize it will be, isn't it? 10,000 ringgit worth of prizes, with the winner winning about 3K. 2.3 seconds then is the time that actually is being set by Afika. That's a good one. But in fact, up in front, I think I saw just now a bit of a change in the top 5. In fact, yes, Ira actually just improved the time, but then got outbeaten there by Jin. So Jin actually stays into P3 at 44.477. Looks like a chopping change for a second, but I think the order has stayed mostly the same. 2.3 seconds to the good here. Personal best for Afika, and she goes out to P4. Beats car number 12, Kyra, by just 2/10 of a second. 2.5 tenths, in fact. So that's an improvement for her, and this will definitely be her last run, or maybe she could try to squeeze in a second run here. No, in fact, don't do that. Oh, that will definitely not be doing her chances any good to get into the top 3 here. But I think for the most part, she's gotten away with it. No penalties yet. No penalties for her, so she has gotten away with it. Still on board with Afika. Just watching her coming by now up to turn number 5. Another improvement there, 49.7 for Xinyi. She's actually jumped up to P6, but still quite a ways away from the top 5. Through turn 6, 7, and now up to the final sector right after this. Turn 8 and then 9, 10 here. Wow, there's such a fast corner, especially in single-seaters. If anyone's ever driven Formula 1 before in any game or even in the Gran Turismo games. But it just feels a total level of commitment when you try to drive in a GT3, because you know you can try to take it as fast as you can, but if you take it wrong, you might end up spinning because of the high curves on the inside, or you just end up bottoming out and just spinning off into the gravel on the other side. In fact, speaking of lap times here, Diana has actually gone even faster, 42.9. So she's definitely laid the gauntlet in this group, and in fact, fastest time of the entire day. So Cherry then will be looking and trying to see how much she can learn from this fast time, because Diana really has set the timing sheets alight, 0.7 of a second to the good in front of Jolie and Jin. Final lap for a lot of drivers then. Qualifying has now officially come to its end. Here's Diana. She's in fact managed to find enough time to set another qualifying run. We see improvement there for Azrina Arifin. She jumps up to P7 with 50 flat. But further up the road from Diana, we're seeing right now the McLaren of Xinyi into turn 13, the penultimate corner, and then 14. Looks good though. It looks pretty fast, and the timing sectors reflect that, but it looks as though she's just stalled a bit of momentum coming through the final corner. Let's see then if she can improve her time. It's a 49.7. It is an improvement, but how much? A 48.2 stays in P6. Meanwhile, Azrina Arifin has completed her qualifying session up the road from further behind from where we saw just now, the conclusion of that lap. We're seeing a couple more drivers finishing, including Jolie, who's actually pulled a bit of a gap to Jin. Is it an improvement? No. She still stays P2 of 43.6. Meanwhile, where is Jin? Jin definitely is still on the run here. And I see, nope, no improvement. She's just crossed the line. She still stays in P3. Meanwhile, this is Khalida coming up to the line now in front of Diana. If Diana makes an improvement here, this will beat the stuffings out of the rest of the opposition. Here she comes. And no, 42.9 it is still for Diana. But that is a great time that she has put up. And in fact, right in front of her, that is Jin. So Jin crossed the line. No improvement. But Diana with a scintillating time to put herself way up in the front with a 42.9. So then, we are going to go to a race very, very soon. But the practice times have actually come in. The qualifying times have come in. And it's Diana who is actually plunked it onto pole position with a 42.9. Really astonishing lap time around here, all things considered. And then behind her will be Jolie and Jin. So that will be your running order for the top 3 coming into the next session, which is the race proper. Semi-final 2, race number 1. Right. We're waiting now for the session to begin after this, as we see the lap times earlier. But still.
Semakin hari semakin pesat membangun bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri isukan. Sebuah garis panduan pembangunan isukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri isukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1. Panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2. Memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan isukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3. Perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to catalyze esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esport and also another Esport team.
Okay, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh kulit. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi FPL.
Kemenangan untuk FYG. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out. Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Squad.
So welcome back then to the action here, as we sadly have missed the first couple of laps, but we're actually here back now, and it's a good battle up in front between Diana and Jolie. So this is actually the race proper as we go into semi-final 2, race 1. And it looks as though Diana's actually managed to overtake Jolie for the lead, but Jolie's coming back to attack here. Behind them is Xin Yao, and then for the behind is Kyra. Not sure what happened to Jin after the start. Jin has dropped from 3rd all the way to 6th. Right. So, everything looks as though not much has changed at the front apart from just a couple of names that were omitted, including, well, I said earlier, Jin falling to P6. So she will try to claw her way back up there. No doubt one of the driver hot favorites after what she pulled off in the qualifying session earlier, top 10 driver. There's the Jin now being passed by Xin Yi, and Xin Yi's gotten a half-second penalty. So this is an opportunity for Jin to just get by, but Jin actually gets Jin's tapped the rear of Xin Yi. So I think Xin Yi just braked mid-corner and got tapped from behind by Jin, but then Jin will overtake her because here comes the penalty line, and that's an overtake, easy overtake for Jin. You can see it goes bye-bye, further behind, up to P5. That's where she wants to be early doors because she wants to get the points here right now. Meanwhile, on board with Jennifer, she's in P8, but in front of her is Afika. Afika then really putting a pressure on her there, coming out to turn number 10. But in front, speaking of pressure, Jolie has actually dropped a bit of the gap here. So the pressure is now off Diana. We saw that they were actually fighting at it, hammer and tongs. Literally nothing to separate between the both of them. But it looks as though I think Diana's probably got now the big between her teeth as we come up to the halfway point of the race next time by. 1.1 seconds the difference. Further behind this is Jin. She's now trying to work on Kyra for P4 in car number 12. Then Kyra slams the door shut, cuts across here coming into turn number 3 as our camera now follows the eye line of Jin's viewpoint. And she's trying to look into the apex, but also at the same time trying to find an opening, a chink in the armor for Kyra if Jin can actually exploit that. But for the time being though, she still stays behind her, really up to the back of the fellow McLaren, but no way past just yet. Now we're on board with Jin. In fact, she's actually overtaken. So she slipped away past and takes the position away from the car in front of Kyra. But Kyra fights back here, and they will both be going at the hammer and tongs again just to keep it up for P5. But they cannot battle too hard because they might actually reel in behind them Xin Yi, who's recovering from that penalty earlier, to really make things very interesting as we head into the halfway point of this race. Because up in front of both of them, further in front on the rim, in fact, Diana's coming through the final corner, Jolie's right behind her, and it looks as though the gap's closed up between the both of them here too. For now though, we're looking at here, Jin was having keeping watch on the mirrors, watching every move that the driver behind her is doing. Kyra was just trying to pry the door open, but Jin manages to just shut it firmly in her face, and that will be P4 for Jin. A good recovery, all things considered, after what happened early doors where she dropped from P3 and then was out of the top 5. On board then with Kyra, I don't think she will try anything crazy from there because 9/10 of a second, too far to try a dive or a lunge at this point. But I think she's thinking about it. Well, just as I said it, she was thinking about a lunge, but it's just probably to get a bit of a scare on Jin to see if Jin actually flinched, but it looks as though she did not. So Jin Yao stays in P3. P4 is Jin, whereas P5 still remains Kyra's. And despite going a bit narrow into turn number 1, it's still a personal best first sector for Kyra. So Kyra then just probably needs to string together a couple of corners. And in fact, going very narrow there, it's just as I said, having to string a few corners to just regain the composure, to regain the gap here, and try not to lose sight of Jin right in front of her. Meanwhile then, it looks as though the race after the early exchanges has gotten into a bit of a plateau. It's just slightly dipped off in its craziness, but it looks as though this might just be that lull point in the race, halfway point. The drivers are just thinking about trying not to do anything too crazy to lose their good work that they have accrued in the first few laps, just to stuff it into the barriers or spin out at the most inopportune moment. Looking at Xin Yao coming through now to the final corner. She's about 15 seconds behind Jolie and Diana. Diana herself has actually pulled a 2.5 second gap. Fourth place, this is Jin. We were talking about her earlier. 6 seconds behind the car of Xin Yao. And then car number 12, Kyra. We saw her in the battle earlier with Jin. And then car number 11, Xin Yi. So Xin Yi, who had that penalty earlier, on a recovery drive. Let's see what the time's going to be. In fact, it's a personal best as well. So she's got a bit between her teeth too. Car number 16, Afika. And then Jennifer, along with... Oh, there's that spin I was talking about earlier, hitting the curb wrong. Khalida whacks the barriers. And that might get an opportunity for Azrina Arifin. There she goes to get up to P9 as now the wooden spoon belongs to Khalida. Just a bit of overcommitment coming up to the final corner. That gravel trap can actually catch any wary car out, especially GT3 cars setting up with a setup being this low. The first thing you catch at the front is the grille. And then the tires. After that, there's all she wrote. We're looking at Diana. And then we're looking at Jolie. Oh, there's a bit of a mistake. That's a mistake for Xin Yao. But luckily, though, she kept it going. Just plowed her way through. And didn't cost her that much time. Maybe about 2 seconds or so. But that will give an opportunity for Jin to get back up to the back of it. There's Jin right now. Coming to see and watching, checking up on the back of Xin Yao. So this is an opportunity for her to get toe-to-toe and onto the podium. Kyra. And then this is Shinyi. And then Afika. Well, we're just cycling through the cameras right now to see how far the gap it is from each other. There's Jennifer. And then Azrina Arifin, who's now in the penultimate position. Not last, after the mistake that befell Khalida. There she is, trying to recover from her mistake. But it looks as though, so I was saying that the race is getting into a bit of a copacetic state. Very calm, very placid. Nothing too crazy about it, apart from just a couple of spins earlier. But no doubt the battle up in front, we are really interested to see whether or not Jolie can actually get up to the back of Diana. Answer is for now, no, because Diana has actually pulled yet another half second that previous lap to put the gap at now 3.8 seconds to the good. It just drops to about 3 points out through the corners, but I think Diana's just maximizing as much of her exit as possible as she's trying to be like her idol Max Verstappen. Hence why probably we can call her Maxine after this, because really she wants to exude that Max energy where he can just pound the laps up in front. And know that she's actually trying to do the exact same example here by just metronomically increasing the gap and just leaving the others far behind. So then, this is now looking at Jolie, still in second place, and the gap has increased to about 4 seconds here to her. And it looks as though there's no signs of slowing for the girl up in front, Diana. 3 more laps to go right after this, and she will be on her way to putting a marker for a good base to work with, especially given the fact that you only have 2 races as an opportunity to make good with your score, and then we will see who goes through to tomorrow's final. But for Diana, that's the good base she's working on right now. Meanwhile, it looks as though there's a battle brewing for the final position on the rostrum, as we are looking at Jin giving chase to car number 7, which is Xin Yao. Across the line, Jin sets a personal best, 1.2 seconds faster than her previous lap time. Now she's actually got the bit between her teeth after what was a bit of a slow start. She will end up back where she started, but I think she'll be more relieved the fact that she has an opportunity to qualify for tomorrow's final by giving her half a chance here in which she finishes on the podium at the start. Meanwhile, car number 12, looking back just now, that was Kyra, and jumped for a second to Xin Yi, who's also about 5 seconds further behind her. But meanwhile, this is the one we're looking at right now. Diana up in front. No trouble for her, as I think Azrina Arifin has managed to get up another position up. She is overtaking Jennifer, so Jennifer might have actually come a cropper somewhere along the way that we did not see. But whatever it is, Azrina Arifin gets another position and probably minimizes the damage she would have actually gotten if she finished dead last. But the gap from this car, which is Jennifer all the way to Diana up in front, 1 minute and 12 seconds. So if Diana keeps on at this pace, she might actually meet well with them and having to do some lapping. We saw some lapping earlier in that first race where one of the girls actually fell so far behind that the race leader, Cherry, just got by. So let's hope that this will not be the case as well, because it will just be a demoralizing thing to see that the pace is that far between who's up in front and where you are right at the back. But might just be a fluke, because again, some of these girls are taking part in their first tournaments as opposed to some of them who have actually been here before. So difference in perspectives and difference in expectations. So that's why maybe it's this is just the first one. By the time we see the second races, we might see a bit more confidence in some of the drivers. Meanwhile, this is Jin right now, 1.4 seconds on the penultimate lap behind Amira, trying to actually get by her. Sorry, not Amira, that was from the previous race. Behind Xin Yao in the other McLaren, right in front of her. Really then, the gap has actually shrunk from what was about 3 seconds to now 1.3 seconds here. Jin's just posted consistent laps. Her personal best was on lap 7, 43.5, with a 44 flat, that previous one. Now she's half a second faster in this one, so she really knows that there's a target there, ready for her to take here for the taking. Up to turn 5. And now the drop into the bottom of the hill, into turn 6, 7, up to here now, where we pass one of the houses that are actually inside the circuit. You can see there, right in between the trees. Oh, Jin runs a bit wide. She actually just overcooked it coming up to turn 7. But I think exit after that, she somehow made up for it because now she's within 1.3 seconds once again. So maybe that was the technique, just trying to maximize as much exit as possible. But she doesn't want to run the risk of getting a penalty because that has happened before where some of the drivers just put too much commitment and just wound up getting a half-second penalty, which spoils any effort they did prior to that. But Alexander James gotten away with it. Through turn 12. On board with her now up to the penultimate corner, turn 13. Look at the amount of steering she's putting in. She really is pushing that McLaren 650S to its absolute limit. Up to the final corner then. Onto the start-finish straight for the final time. This is the final lap. Diana has started her final lap well before go, about half a minute earlier. As we see then Jin trying to get P3 away from Xin Yao. Lee Xin Yao then doing an absolutely stellar job up in P3. Her dad, Leon, who runs an esports cafe, will no doubt be looking on in absolute beaming with pride, and in fact the mother as well. The entire family have come out to see her compete, but she has actually fluffed it. Turn number 3, touch the curb. There's Jin on the inside. Jin might get her there on the run with much better momentum, and there we go. P3 gets back with Jin, but she gets a bit of a nudge. Off she goes into the gravel trap. Goes Jin Yao, and there is third place being sealed by Lee Xin Yao. So I think that might have been just an honest mistake because Jin broke very, very late, whereas Xin Yao also tried to break late, but it's just she couldn't get it stopped just in time to tap her out of the way. That might be a grounds for a protest after this. But meanwhile, there's no doubt that up in front, who the class of the field is. Semi-final 2, race 1, has been dominated by Diana, and she will come through the final quarter then. So this is definitely one that she will take as a stepping stone to bigger things after this, as Lady Diana strikes again with a win at the first race for semi-final 2. Behind her, Jolie has actually done a stellar job in keeping up with the pressure, but she couldn't hold off with the pace that Diana showed. She finishes a very strong second place in front of Lee Xin Yao. We saw just now the brilliant battle that she had with Jin, but I think that might still be an asterisk on whether or not this podium might stand. But for now, she comes around the final corner 5.7 seconds ahead of Jin to take a stunning podium. The teenager has done a brilliant job in defense and attack to get onto the podium. Fourth place will be Jin. A bit disappointed, but I think she'll be happy. At least she's in the top 5 and assuring some points. Meanwhile, further behind, this is Kyra, steadily going across the line and finishes in the top 5. So that's your first top 5, but we'll be waiting to see whether or not the second race after this, which is a reverse grid, might just change a few things. Waiting for the rest of the field to come by. This is Chia Xinyi, and Xinyi is coming through turn 12 and 13. Oh, keep it together on the road. Don't drop it now. This is the final lap. And luckily she kept it in across turn 13 and turn 14. That will be it for her, and that's P6. Might have been outside the locked in position of top 5, but she still has another opportunity, another bite of the cherry right after this later today with the final race of the day, in fact. That's 6. 7th will be Afika, and then 8th, just about 6 seconds behind, and she just set the personal best there, for which is Afika, is Arjina Arifin in P8. And then come the rest of the field, 2 more drivers to finish the race, and it's a very close one, in fact, between Jennifer and Khalida. So that is your finishing order for now, provisional results after a stellar race number 1 for semi-final 2, which was taken by Diana with a stunning pace up in front. She was pressured for a bit, but she no doubt just absorbed all that pressure and just took home the bacon. So there's your provisional results. Diana is first, second is Jolie, third is Xin Yao. That's your podium, but again, an asterisk on that one because you never know what might entail right after this, especially given the fact that there was a bit of contact between Xin Yao and Jin, who finished 4th. 5th is Kyra. 6th is Xinyi. 7th is Afika. 8th, Azrina Arifin. 9th will be car number 13, Jennifer. And 10th, at the back of the entire field, is Khalida. So that's your top 10 in this one for race number 1 of semi-final 2. We will be waiting and seeing after this when we will have any changes to the results, because these are all still provisional, by the way. Right then. So, while we get ready for race number 2 for semi-final 1, we'll be going away for a short break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1. Panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2. Memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3. Perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4. Panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5. Panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6. Aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang kepada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One mission,
One identity.
one community.
it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to Noah Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentri Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Magna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL.
Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Game! Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out.
Juara MEL 2025 RAKAN Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita. Tekad martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba. Petikkan bersemangat. Capai citamu demo. Rakan muda. Oh yeah. Pewaris era jaya. Harapan bangsa. Kecemerlanganmu rakan muda, di mana jua hargai diri. Serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu rakan muda, impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh rakan muda. Genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata terus bangun, aku terus
mampu apa saja, yakin boleh. Demi cita negara, yakin boleh. Semangat percaya, ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, coba cita murnimu, rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
Coin in the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a touch that's the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo, kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to Noah Esport and also another esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentry Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Magna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL.
Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Yay! Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out.
Juara MEL 2025 Arcade Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, petikkan bersemangat, capai cita murnimu, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri. Serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha. Keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda. Genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata terus bangun, aku terus melangkah. Lari atau terbang, masa depan ku punya. Yakin boleh, ku mampu.
mampu apa saja, yakin boleh. Demi cita negara, yakin boleh. Semangat percaya, ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, coba cita murnimu, rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah.
Hello and welcome back to the RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship 2025. This is the Gran Turismo 7 Open. My name is Amir Hazik and we are here back now for the second of two races with the Group A drivers, where we are going to see the conclusion of this particular group after a rather exciting first race. It went all the way to the end, but we thought it was going to be a close battle. It turned out that Cherry was just saving her best pace for last. So it seems as though nothing has much changed in terms of the groupings, but I think they will definitely be doing it after this. The results are going to publish. But provisionally, what we saw in that first race, it was Cherry who won, second Akila, third would be Shahida, and then Genevieve in fourth, Sofia Zara in fifth. That's your top five, but it's not going to be for certain because we, as we said earlier, will flip the script because whoever finished last will be starting on pole position for race number 2. So Amira, Kasrina Aiman, Nuria, Kitina, and Najla will be seeing the positions. We take a turn for the better because Najla will be on pole, and then Kitina, Nuria, Kasrina, and Amira will be the top 5 in that one. Sofia Zara, Genevieve, Shahida, Akila, and Cherry will be fighting it out further behind, but I think no doubt that the fast drivers will know how to overtake through, unless of course chaos reigns supreme here. We can't wait to see how that one will go. But for now, every single driver are now probably in their seats, alone with their thoughts, and getting ready to go. So then, waiting to see now. I think by the looks of it, most of the girls are in their cockpits right now. Just prepping, doing final prep on part of the organizers and the drivers as well. Conditions have never been more perfect for the start of the race. S1 clouds, that means that S1 weather, that means that it's very sunny. No wind in sight, so the drivers will not have to worry about coming a cropper due to a tailwind or a crosswind while on the straights. But a bit of headwind would have been fine just to stop the cars easier, but because of the dead air, we are definitely seeing the cars being driven to their full potential here without having to worry about some other factors that will probably put some drivers in a bit of a pinch whether or not they had to re-strategize some things. But the races are easy as you get. Straightforward fight. Whoever comes across the line first takes the victory and will go punch a ticket into tomorrow's finals. So then, waiting now for the grid to form. And I think on my screen, at least, the screen is frozen for a bit. So not seeing much here at this point. We've got to work out the technical side of it. will be working behind the scenes. Then the teams will definitely be working their absolute hardest to suss out whatever things that happens. So, meanwhile, we have word of a protest that has actually come through to that one, as the race has actually got underway right now. We're on lap 2 here, but some word on the protest that came from race number 1, Group 1, the first semi-final. 5-second penalty to Sofia Zara, so I think that might have actually affected her position a bit. We will try to confirm that as we see on board right now. We're still in the midst of a heated battle, so I think we'll have to put that to bed first as Najla overtakes onto the inside of Kathina. So these are the two drivers who are fighting at the end of the grid in the first race. They're fighting together here to not be last in the overall points tally. But yes, looking at the positions just now, I think it might have been just nip and tuck for Sofia Zara, but I think Sofia might have got... No, in fact, Sofia has actually dropped 1 position from that particular exchange. Wow. A couple of the stewards' results actually came in just as we were actually going live for race number 2 here for semi-final 1. But up in front, it looks as though that's not much to change here with Akila putting to good use her pace that she had in the first race. Cherry right behind her, likewise, has actually gotten alongside as well. So, first and second in that first race, first and second here, but with the order slightly changed with Akila up in front. Third place is Genevieve, who's running now close to between the both of them. Has a bit of a slight touch there, mistake from Amira, which actually put her into the clutches of right behind her car number 8, Shahida. So Shahida is then turning up the wake here, coming into the penultimate corner and into the last one there. Hopefully none of them will get penalties there, because running wide can easily either get your penalty or the penalty of crashing into the barriers. As, oh, there we go, there's one car going off now, and there's spin. Drivers spun around the final corner. I'm not sure who that one is. That might have been, it looks as though it might have been Kitina or Nuria. It is Nuria who's actually spun it around, so Nuria might just be overtaken by a couple other drivers after this. But no doubt that was a self-induced error, and that has paid dearly for her. She's now being caught by the other drivers behind, including Najla and Kitina. We're on board now. This is Kitina actually who's putting on the pressure to the back of Nuria. These 3 are the drivers who finished bottom of the entire group last time out. Nuria was 8th, 9th was Kitina, and 10th was Najla. So they're trying to fight here to not end up getting the wooden spoon. Right then. So this we saw a bit of a battle here just now while I was reading through the protest results. So we'll leave it up to the jury to put that one into the results. So Sofia Zara gets a penalty for causing a collision. That was probably with Genevieve. Genevieve was the one that protested that. And a 10-second penalty for Lee Xin Yao. So she loses her podium as Jin gets it. But that's a big mistake there. Whoa, big accident. Big one. And that goes to show the level of commitment they had to go through to overtake. Unfortunately, it was a botched one from Nuria. And that has, in fact, from Kitina, launched at the barriers. Nuria also got into the incident too, but she managed to recover. As meanwhile, go back up to the front here. Akila and Cherry. Cherry gets a 0.5 of a second penalty for cutting track. Runs a bit wide through turn 13. That will allow Genevieve to actually get out the back. In fact, Genevieve's going to go to the inside. Genevieve gets through. Barges her way through on the inside. Side by side they go through turn 14. But Genevieve goes up to P2 and will be setting her sights on P1. So then, onto the front straight. I think Cherry might have actually got regrouped after that one with her into the slipstream behind Genevieve, but Genevieve holds the narrow line and the Toyota Gazoo Racing rookie hangs on to P2 for now. As we look at behind there, that was Amira watching brief, as well as Shahida, who finished on the podium in the first race, dropped to P5. She will also be watching brief because this is a gaggle of cars that's going to form here, about 4 of them. And if they actually can slipstream each other, try to get up to the back of Akila, who's running away with this up in the front. Akila, of course, one of the drivers who was the champion in another female category tournament earlier this year, will no doubt be watching brief. Will be watching her mirrors a bit, but will be focusing on the front, because knowing that this is also another tournament potentially where if she keeps up the consistency, she will take the grand prize of 3,000 ringgit for the champion. Now then, through turn number 10, And it looks as though this is when we're going to see a penalty being dished out for Cherry. And there we go. She's actually slowed a bit, but can she be caught by Amira? Just had a corner. Amira goes for a dive! Amira goes for a dive onto the inside at turn 10. Whoa, that nearly could have actually turned ugly if she actually left her braking way too late. But luckily, though, Cherry saw her coming and no collision happened between the both of them. But clearly, that was an opportunistic maneuver that she thought was there. It's just that the door was firmly shut afterwards because Cherry saw it coming and just gave her a bit of space, just enough to actually get her through into turn number 10 and keeping her P3 for now. Onto the front straight. We're past the halfway point now. 5 laps left to go here after this, and it's still not even it's still anybody's game. But what's for sure, the top 5 in that first race are now just more or less top 5 here, but the exception being Zara out of it, and Amira is now in P4. So that will be interesting in the point stakes if Amira stays where she is and Zara actually falls even further behind. She will not be able to qualify for tomorrow's grand final. So we'll keep an eye out for anything that is going to happen between these 3 on screen right now and those who are finishing just outside of the top 10, top 5. Right then. We're on board with P5. This is Shahida giving chase to Amira, who herself is actually giving chase to race 1 winner Cherry, running up in P3. Genevieve has actually made a beeline for it. She's actually detached herself from this particular group, so it's not a 4-way gaggle, it's a 3-way gaggle between similarly colored McLaren 650S GT3s. Well, up in front, Akila's basically checked out at this point, so about 6 seconds from where we are right now viewing Shahida. So she's actually in the clear, but only time will tell if she can keep up the consistency that, like we saw how Diana pulled in blinder after blinder each lap to clear away win in that first race for semi-final 2. And ignore what it says at the bottom there. This is not the second semi-final. This is in fact semi-final 1, Group A, and this is race number 2 for the first group that we saw earlier. This is their final race of the day to decide the to decide the 5 drivers that will go through to tomorrow's grand final. As we now jump on board with Shahida, it looks as though she didn't get the best of runs coming out of the final corner and has lost sight to Amira up in front. Amira then will now try to give chase. We're on board with her instead to give chase to Cherry, but Cherry likewise has managed to pull a bit of a gap here up to P3, trying to regain that after that devastating penalty, all things considered. Cutting the corner just a bit, losing touch to not only second position, but also losing touch to Genevieve Oy up in second place. Meanwhile, further behind, a bit of a mistake there for Kasrina Ayman. She's actually now right at the back of this, and to compound her misery, a penalty for her. So she actually was starting right up in the midfield. She had a chance to actually do something good there from 4th place starting position. Unfortunately for her, looks as though her day will end very early here. She will not be able to make it to tomorrow's grand finals. Meanwhile, up in front here, Genevieve, 1.2 seconds, 1.1 now, coming up to the final sector, past the penalty burn zone and into turn number 10. Now then, Lakaisha, an opportunity here. I think it looks as though Akila might have been looking in her mirror because she tried to go narrow defending, but whereas Genevieve had nowhere even the nearest or slightest intentions of trying to overtake there and then. But now that, because we saw Akila going a bit narrow and had a slow poor exit coming through turn 10, this might be an opportunity for Jen to get up to the back of her coming through the final 2 corners. But having said that, it looks as though Akila has actually managed to regain some bit of pace and just stretches out a bit of a gap here coming through to the final corner and the start of lap 8 after this. Cherry is also in close proximity, but meanwhile, the battle outside the rostrum. This is between Shahida, who's on the outside, and on the inside is Amira, and Amira is coming through there side by side like Nigel Mansell and Ayrton Senna in 1991. But just like that particular instance, this is going to be a position change, and goes through on the inside does Amira, and she gets P4 in front of Shahida. But Shahida wouldn't be too fussed by that because she had a podium in that first race, so she will be more or less assured to go through to qualify for tomorrow's grand final. But how she would love to just get a bit more points out of this to really be assured of that. It's there. A mistake for Amira, goes a bit wide coming up to turn number 4. This might present an opportunity for the driver behind to come by, and she goes to the inside, dives back. Shahida really aggressive in the dive, It's like Max Verstappen this year against George Russell, wasn't it? Except, unlike what happened to Max and George, this was a much better move done by Akila, and she actually, Shahida, and goes up to P4. Meanwhile then, up in front, there's a bit of a battle now. Three-way, in fact. This is going to be exciting, isn't it? Three-way battle, as you can see. Now, Akila goes very narrow to try and defend from Jen, but I don't think Jen will try to attack that at this point because the door was more or less closed. 0.7 of a second now, the gap between the top two, and about 2.5 seconds now between first and third. I thought for a second that it might have been Shahida managed to get it. Or in fact, was there a spin? Was there a spin actually somewhere in there? I probably might have missed that for a second because now the table has completely changed here. But never mind that. Here comes Jen on the attack. On the outside goes Jen, and inside goes Akila. Akila tries to defend. She gets enough of a drive here, but will Jen get her braking right coming into turn number 1? But goes even deeper is Akila. Manages to hang on to it. Lovely bit of driving from Akila. Blocks off Jen's attack and hangs on to the lead for the time being on the penultimate lap here of race number 2 for Group A. Really, really good stuff between the both of them. That's textbook defending from Akila and a really good piece of attack from Jen. But Jen goes diving! Jen tries to dive on the inside, but there was no touch. Mercifully, though. Otherwise, it will end up like what happened in race number 1 for semi-final 2 between Xin Yao and Jin, where Jin got barged out of the way. A bump and run, Dale Earnhardt style, to get out to P3. But again, an asterisk has to be put onto the name because... Oh, no, in fact, the asterisk has to be taken out because the penalty has been dished out for Xin Yao. So she loses her podium position after what was a fantastic battle with Jen in that final lap. We're going to see something similar here between Jen and with Akila. Coming up now to turn number 9 onto the back straight. Now Akila might have to defend, but no, she didn't actually close the door. Jen might actually have an opportunity here. Dive the inside, but Akila dives very late, almost Max Verstappen-like, and she actually managed to get it stopped in time miraculously. So, really then, what's left to do now is to try and attack in the final few corners that remain on this lap, and then the next one. We're not going to go away from this. We have to stay on this one. This is a very good battle. On board now with Jen. Only 0.7 of a second. She just lost a bit of time there through the fast bits. Through turn 13 and now 14. Onto the ground. She might lose ground there. She does. She's actually lost a bit, but somehow still managed to stay in the slipstream. And that's important. She only has to stay in there just to get at least a half a chance to overtake Akila up in front. So then last lap there, ladies and gentlemen. This is all to play for. Maybe the points are safe for the two, but they will love to have a bit of bragging rights by taking a win in this final race of the day for Group 1. Through turn 3, and Jen is much closer than she was in that previous lap. 4 tenths, 3 tenths. It's actually shrinking. She might try to do it here. There was almost a touch there previously just now, but unlike last time, she didn't have to stamp on the brakes and completely lose momentum. She's still onto the back of Akila. Through turn 5. The drop now to turn 6, 7, and then we come up to turn 8 after this. One last opportunity. This is now Jen's golden opportunity to try and overtake and take a race win here. The Toyota Gazoo Racing rookie has proven this year that she can fight it out with the guys, and now she tries to prove here to be the best of the girls as they come up now to turn number 9. Last opportunity. Is Jen gonna go for the dive here? Up to turn number 10. She's not a slipstream. In fact, there's a bit of a yellow flag coming up right now. Might be a back marker, but no. The chance for her to overtake has now gone, but unless she can pry the door open and probably try to do like what Jorge Lorenzo did Valentino Rossi did to Jorge Lorenzo in 2009 in MotoGP. Overtake in the very last corner, but it looks as though the opportunity is closing, and that is it. That is the last chance that Jen had to take the lead here from Akila, who did a masterful bit of defending just when we thought Jen had the opportunity to overtake. But Akila takes the checkered flag and punches the ticket into the grand final. Sets a personal best fastest lap as well in the final lap. Jen takes the overall fastest lap and finishes second after a fantastic battle here. Third place will be Shahida, and I think we might have lost somebody. In fact, I think we lost Cherry. Cherry's actually dropped to 6. Here they are right now across the line! Whoa, that's a photo finish! But I think that would have been Amira claiming ahead of Cherry with Shahida in third place. Oh, wow, we need to see who finished 4th in that one because that will be important for the points. As, well, that was an absolutely crazy finish all the way to the end. We are now looking for the rest of the field here just to finish off the day's proceedings. as we are now on board with Katina, who will actually be happy to finish somewhere higher up than the bottom three. Then, further behind, this is Najla, and then behind her is Nuria. And then all the way at the back is Kasrina Aiman, who will no doubt be happy to just finish the day right now. A slightly disappointing end after what was a promising finish, but what a crazy end to that one, as a spin in the final corner for Katina. Hopefully she can find reverse. She has to press triangle on the steering wheel to go immediately, but no, she's stuck. She is stuck in that final corner, and no, she has actually managed to reset. Across the line is going to be a photo finish as well, but Katina holds on to 7th. 8th will be Najla. 9th will then fall to Nuria, and 10th, Kasrina Aiman, all the way back in there, just 42 seconds behind. There she is. She's just coming around the final sector. But wowee, what a finish to the day for semi-final 1, which we saw absolutely crazy amount of racing left, right, and center. And no doubt this is whetting our appetite for tomorrow's grand final, because we have punched the ticket for 5 lucky ones, but we still need to wait for the results to come out first. In fact, Kasrina Aiman did not manage to finish the race, but the one who did will be Akila, who just about pips it at the line in front of Genevieve Voy. So we will now be looking at the results here for what was a crazy race. So there's your provisional results then, in front of a crowd that would have been ecstatic to see some really good racing. Akila finishes first, Jen in second, third was, now I think we will probably have to look at that was Shahida, fourth. In fact, we will look at the results thoroughly after this, because we're trying to save it right now. So fourth place was Sophia Zara. So Sophia Zara, we didn't talk much about her. She actually had a quiet race, all things considered. Fifth is fifth was actually Amira. Sixth was Cherry. So Cherry actually had a post-race penalty after that as well, along with Amira, because of cutting the corner early, and then they couldn't serve the penalty before then. So no wonder Cherry dropped by. But this will be interesting, because Cherry was the winner in that first race. With her dropping all the way to 6th, that might jeopardize her position in the top 5 here. So we'll wait and see how that plays out. Then in 7th is Katina. Despite binning it in the final corner, managing to find the reset button and cross the line just in front of Najla. And then behind them, disconsolately, will no doubt be... There we go, P12 then is Nuria, and then Kasrina Aiman. So that's it then. That's done for the day for semi-final 1. We'll be going for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for what could promise to be another electrifying race in race number 2 for semi-final 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break.
Semakin hari semakin pesat membangun bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri isukan. Sebuah garis panduan pembangunan isukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri isukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan isukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri isukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri isukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam isukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri isukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu isukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah isukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity, to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to offered world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
one identity,
one community.
matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to know Esport and also another Esport team.
Okey, program ini sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap stage itu. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentry Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Magna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL.
Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out.
Juara MEL 2025 RAKAN Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, tekan bersemangat, capai cita-mu demo, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Oh yeah, usaha dan berjaya, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu, rakan muda. Impian akan terlaksana, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara, yakin boleh, rakan muda. Rakan muda, sampai masa dunia kita punya, rakan muda, kita genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah, lari atau terbang, masa depan ku punya. Yakin boleh, ku mampu apa saja. Yakin boleh, demi cita negara. Yakin boleh, semangat percaya, ini
Ini demi impian kita rakan muda.
Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah, coba cita murnimu, rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah, bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
In the waterfalls in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, but I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking at really me. That you can tell my guard up. I ain't taking L's. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mail. I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris. I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
Industri sukan elektronik atau e-sukan semakin hari semakin pesat membangun. Bagi memastikan perlindungan menyeluruh untuk semua penggiat industri e-sukan, sebuah garis panduan pembangunan e-sukan telah dibangunkan oleh Kementerian Belia dan Sukan. National Esports Development Guideline atau NESDEG akan menjadi panduan bagi industri e-sukan untuk memastikan pembangunan ekosistem yang rancak, mampan dan selamat. Teras 1, panduan kontrak bagi pemain dan pasukan supaya dapat bersaing dengan yakin dan hak mereka terjaga. Teras 2, memastikan standard penganjuran dan takbir urus kejohanan e-sukan yang terbaik di setiap peringkat. Teras 3, perlindungan dan panduan untuk memastikan keselamatan dan kebajikan pemain kanak-kanak terjaga. Teras 4, panduan strategi kewangan dan pengurusan yang cekap untuk memajukan industri e-sukan dengan lebih berkesan dan mampan. Teras 5, panduan laluan kerjaya yang pelbagai bagi mereka yang ingin menceburi industri e-sukan. Teras 6, aplikasi sains dan perubatan dalam e-sukan sebagai pemangkin pembangunan industri e-sukan yang lebih sihat. Sertai kami dalam era baharu e-sukan di mana persaingannya lebih berintegriti dan terjaga menjadi keutamaan. Ayo kita cipta sejarah e-sukan untuk Malaysia bersama-sama.
Five years ago, Malaysia made a bold move to transform passion into opportunity to unite gamers, creators, and innovators under one vision.
The primary goal of the initiative is to capitalize an esports ecosystem that is vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive.
From grassroots leagues to national stages,
Giants are your new champions of the mid-season.
from workshops to world-class tournaments, Esports Integrated has built the bridges that connect communities, industries, and dreams.
6 teras utama menjadi tunjang pada garis panduan pembangunan sukan elektronik kebangsaan NASDAQ yang baru dilancarkan. Ia antara lain adalah untuk menjadikan ia sebagai satu inisiatif bagi mendorong masyarakat untuk berpandangan positif terhadap sukan elektronik.
In just 5 years, countless talents have found their stage, and Malaysia has become a hub where esports is more than just a game. It's a movement, but this is just the beginning.
Esports has grown tremendously, both globally and here in Malaysia. Our games industry has seen an average growth of 8.9% annually since 2020, with over 50% of Malaysians now actively engaged as gamers.
The next chapter of esports will be bigger, bolder, and borderless. Together, we will shape Malaysia as the heart of esports in Southeast Asia. 5 years of passion, 5 years of progress, 5 years of esports integrated.
One vision,
One identity.
one community.
matters a lot because it makes us have no worry, especially when it comes to competing in outside tournaments, because we know that our country support us. So all we need to do is just focus on our game and make our country proud.
I think this program is not just a program to make us like, how to say, in mentally, and also like this program will bring us many resources and also opportunity to Noah Esport and also another esport team.
Okey, program ni sangat bagus. Kita dapat belajar banyak benda dengan atlet yang sebenar, dengan media. So banyak benda kita belajar daripada segi kita cara bercakap dengan media, kita punya cara pemakanan. So benda ni sangat bagus untuk player-player yang baru nak ke tournament luar negara. So diorang dapat banyak ilmu sebelum kita dah hadap ke situ. So kat sini kita pelajari dulu lah.
Juara PUBG Mobile MEL 2025 Sentry Symphony Esport. Juara kategori Free Fire Makna Esports Club.
Kita boleh golin. Adakah satu lagi gol? Gol! WBS mendominasi PL.
Kemenangan untuk MYG.
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the Malaysia Esports League Street Fighter 6 is none other than I Am Juang!
Danish Weakness Warren memenangi perlombaan ini. Juara bagi Malaysia Esports League Gran Turismo 7. Yay! Congratulations to Selamat being able to bring it out.
Juara MEL 2025 RAKAN Esports Esport.
Ini masa kita dekat martabat anak muda.
Masanya telah tiba, bagaikan bersemangat. Capai citamu demo, rakan muda. Oh yeah, pewaris era jaya, harapan bangsa. Oh yeah, usaha dan berjaya. Rakan muda, di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu. Rakan muda, di mana jua hargai diri, serlahkanlah kecemerlanganmu. Rakan muda, impian akan terlaksana. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda.
Rakan muda, sampai masa dunia kita punya. Rakan muda, kita genggam harapan dan cita. Dari celik mata, terus bangun, aku terus melangkah. Lari atau terbang, masa depanku mampu apa saja, yakin boleh. Demi cita negara, yakin boleh. Semangat percaya, ini demi impian kita rakan muda. Masanya telah tiba, bertekad bersemangat. Oh yeah. Coba cita murnimu, rakan muda, rakan muda. Oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
Menyesal. Kalaulah masa tu boleh putar balik, saya mula-mula nak cuba-cuba je. Tapi semua benda saya hilang. Saya dah cuba dah nak berhenti. Cuba. Tak boleh. Masyarakat pandang hina kat saya. Pandang jijik dekat saya. Semua sebab saya ada masalah ketagihan dadah. Jangan tinggalkan saya. Tolonglah saya.
In the waterfalls, in the wishing well. Now I get plenty coin, I'm self-made. You ain't gotta wish me well. You ain't like me then, but I guess it's past tense, cause you tapped in. You was never who you said. I see the facade when looking, it really be like you could tell. My guard up, I ain't taking nails. If it's not in my favor, won't sign a deal. I got the royalty in the mill, I got authority in the field. Take a look in my iris, I be precise with the timing. I move on a tuck like the high risk. I never know where my mind went.
So then, welcome back to the action here for the RAKAN MUDA Women's Esports Championship 2025. This is semi-final 2, race 2, and we're about to get underway very, very soon. We're off now, and it's a good start there from the front of the grid. It looks as though a box start for our pole sitter, but I think apart from that, it looks as though it's not going to be the best of starts for car number 9 right there as we come up to turn 1. That's Khalida. She's going to get swamped by the field there coming into turn number 1. A bit of contact, bumping and boring through turn number 1. One car goes up. That might be Khalida. It is, and she's actually gone back into the crowd. Oh, in fact, luckily, the game resetted her back to where she was before. But mercifully, nobody got taken out there apart from her taking herself out and right at the back of the field once again. But other than the messy situation with Khalida, the rest of the field come away streaming past. Oh, no, in fact, right at the back is actually Jennifer. So, Jennifer in 9th, and it may have been Khalida who actually spun out completely. And there's Khalida now, spinning out right in front of her at turn number 4. Well, when it rains, it pours sometimes, and the weather is getting a bit cloudy over where we are in Puchong. But apart from that, rest of the field stream by, and up in front, it is going to be Kyra, who's being chased hotly by Jolie, and then behind her is Jin. So Jin and Jolie once again drafting each other, but this time it's Jolie up in front. Jin is following her suit. Camera switching out from car at the front all the way to the back. And of course, another thing to note that this is the final race of the day, so they have to make it count. This is going to be the one that takes the drivers to the finale tomorrow when we really get things going here. But up in the front, with the small matter of a race to finish, and right now the lead being held tenuously by Kyra ahead of Jolie and Jin. So are they going to work together here to try and take her easy, or are they going to try to overtake each other the hard way? It looks as though I think Jin's just playing the good teammate, so to speak, because nobody is racing on the team here, but they're trying to just be circumspect. And look at that, Jin just waiting for the opportunity, nearly ran to the back of Jolie there. And likewise, Jolie is trying not to get too crazy by overtaking this early doors. But no doubt behind them, they'll be looking in the mirrors because there is the Diana coming in hot pursuit. So Diana wants to make it 2 for 2 here after showing an absolutely imperious performance in the first race just now for semi-final 2. This is no doubt going to be an incentive for her to try to make it a clean sweep up at the front in every single session. Fastest overall during the time trial, fastest in qualifying in the first race, and then winning the race as well for good measure, on top of getting the fastest lap. Now she wants to take race 2 as well. So really she's going to get the glut that wins, unless of course the driver behind her is going to give her some problems as well. Lee Sin Yao, who sadly got penalized at the end of that first race, the 10-year-old, in fact. Would you believe that? That's a very young driver right there, but she has no doubt a promising future. She hit the back of Jin, who we're looking at right now. Jin protested and was given a 10-second penalty. Luckily, though, because the position was so far behind that she managed to at least keep 4th place. Oh, there goes white! Somebody went white there, and that was actually the race leader earlier, which was Kyra. Kyra got into a mistake because she was being pressured so hard by Jolie, and Jolie gleefully takes position. So did Jin right behind her, as now Jin had to look behind herself. Nearly under attack from Kyra, as Jolie now is the new race leader, sprinting ahead as we come into lap 3 out of 10. Well, after all that fighting, that actually brings Diana even closer. So this is going to be a 4-way gaggle. Now is Jolie going to get under attack from Jin? But no, Jin actually is just being circumspect, as we saw just now. Watching brief is Jin behind Jolie. They don't want to attack each other. They're really in a promising position after what was a very placid first race. Chaotic towards the end, but Jolie, no doubt that will be wanting to take the win as well for herself, so that she could take a good haul of points coming to the grand final and some psychological advantage. Meanwhile, Diana pressures into a mistake, pressures Kyra into a mistake. Kyra actually wanted to overtake, probably also defend at the same time, but ran a bit deep. And the top 3 are now drivers who were in the top 5 in a previous event that I've covered before as well. So there's Diana up to 3rd, but she's under severe pressure then from the car behind, and Kyra retakes the position. Good bit of pressure. She retakes it back into P3, and now Diana has to do all the work once again, because that was a very bit of opportunistic overtaking, because you don't normally see cars overtake there. Normally you would see bikes like MotoGP overtake, but Diana now flashing her lights in gesticulation. She's probably not pleased by that. She wants to get back the position she lost. Coming out to turn number 10. Can she make it on the inside? No, she can't, because the door was closed. And Kyra gets her position back. It's behind them. That is Lee Sin Yao. So the 10-year-old now will try to get back at number 2. And no doubt she wants to exact a bit of recompense after losing the podium in that first race due to, well, partly her own mistake, because she ran to the back of this girl, Jin. And Jin already outside! She goes right outside at turn 14! Does she make a mistake? Yes! They were battling each other just now, but Jolie has been hoodwinked by the move around the outside from Jin, and Jin now goes into the lead for the first time this race. So then, now what will be Jolie's response here after a fantastic bit of driving from the both of them? And likewise, behind them, Kyra, who retaliated by overtaking Diana immediately after losing position. All things considered, I don't think Diana will be too fast by that, because that was actually a clean move rather than being barged out of the way, Dale Earnhardt style. Up to turn 4. We're looking back at Diana's position. She no doubt will definitely be trying to get back at Kyra as well, at the very same position, no less, if she could actually get a sniff in. And in fact, she might do, because there was a bit of mistake there from Kyra, and now this is Diana's opportunity to retaliate back at the same position. But no, Kyra holds on and holds firm for the time being. But behind them, there is Lee Xin Yao. Xin Yao actually is not that far away from taking position too. If they keep on squabbling like this will make it into a three-way battle for third position. And if Jolie and Jin were to continue their particular hammer and tongs battle, it might actually make it into a five-way at the front. In fact, we look at Diana from behind, but she comes on the inside. She tries one, but barges her out of the way. She actually just barged Kyra a bit, but no, Kyra holds firm once again, and that was the situation she did not want, because that allows Xin Yao to actually get back into the both of them, and this is an opportunity for her to get a podium as well once again, and this time hopefully she can actually get it cleanly on the road so that she could actually just stake a claim here. But Diana then will be also just as aggressive. She tries to go for it inside the final corner onto the back of Kyra, and Kyra again slams the door in her face, but Diana has a better run coming onto the start finish straight. Again, this is the Mansell Center moment. Diana's on the inside. Can she make it through? The door's being closed even tighter and tighter as she goes for the inside. Barges her way past, but Kyra fights back door handle to door handle. Gritty bit of defending, and I would say Diana will probably be a bit miffed by that, because you might say it was a bit of a grey area, but I think for the most part it might just have been clear by the stewards, but Diana will no doubt be protesting that one. Oh, once again tries to down the inside, coming to return number 4. She got it through that time when Kyra lost the position, but Kyra holds firm, gets the braking right, and stalls the momentum that Diana had. All the while then, Xin Yao right behind him will probably be having a bit of PTSD flashbacks, because that was the corner that she overtook Jin in, and a bit dirtily in the eyes of the stewards, that allowed Jin to get back onto the podium, whereas Xin Yao fell to 4th place. Now she wants to actually get back in, but against some of the fastest drivers in the entire field. Can she do it? Can the 10-year-old take on the 23-year-old here? Behind this one, this is Diana on board first. She's trying to take on the car that overtook her, Kyra. Really good defending and a bit aggressive at times, but I would say just about fair. But shutting the door in the very last minute, that is very, very brutish to say the least. But I think it will be up to the stewards to decide that one if Diana wants to protest. But then Kyra runs wide. She might not need to protest after all, because Kyra's got to run on the inside. Kyra's on the outside. Diana's on the inside. Diana comes through at turn 14. She had to run on and took her chance quite well. She goes up to P3, but at what cost? 4.3 seconds now, the difference between herself and the runaway leaders, Jin and Jolene. But here comes Jin and Jolie then. We're on to the inside. This is Jolie on the inside. Jin, they're battling each other right now. They shouldn't be doing that. They should actually be cooperating with the slipstream. But Jolie says, nope, I want to take the lead again this time. And she does so cleanly, might we add, because I think this might be just part of the strategy. They might just actually try to slipstream each other. But because Jolie was so close and she carries so much momentum on the inside, she just had to take the position. Otherwise, if they start squabbling mid-corner, that's when they lose most of the time. But having said that, thanks to the slipstream, she only lost 1/10 of a second from her personal best. Likewise, I think Jin might have actually lost a couple of tenths here as well, because of the fact that she was overtaken and had to give space to Jolie as she overtook her. We're past the halfway point now. 5 last laps to go here in this trailing contest. And I did say before that, yes, Group A might have had its heavy hitters, but Group B even more so, because this is where a lot of the professional seasoned drivers, shall we say, because some of these girls have actually competed in more than one event prior to this, are showing us that this is possible. The girls can actually race quite well. Jolie goes very narrow, but somehow miraculously gets to brake just in time and just prevents Jin from getting back at her with a switchback if Jolie ran deep. But Jolie then holds on to it for now. And are they going to continue to squabble like this? Because the more they do, the more that Diana closes in. And Jin takes a very wide line. In fact, that was not the most ideal line. She needs to run on the curb there just to carry the car through the corner and then slingshot it through turn 14 to start yet another lap. Because Diana now, from what was a 3.4 second gap, has dropped it to 2.4. She gained over a second in that last sector. And there we are on board with Diana for a second. Now we jump back to Kyra, who actually was in third place before she was outfoxed by Diana. Then in 5th place, it's Amira. Not Amira. 5th place is Xin Yao. Xin Yao is actually closing up. 6th place is Azrina Arifin, in fact. So Azrina is actually trying to stake her claim in trying to go through to the grand finals tomorrow. With now in 7th is Xinyi, Chia Xinyi, who's just trying to get her way around to the corners. Luckily, manages to keep it together. Otherwise, she would have actually had a bit of a troublesome time trying to get out of the gravel trap. And behind her is car 13, which is Jennifer. And then behind her as well is Kanamanai Khalida. So we have actually lost one driver in this race, and I think it might have been Afika, because Afika was not accounted for during that head count here. But meanwhile, never mind about that. We're going to look through for a battle, a three-way battle, in fact, for the win of this race in semi-final 2, race 2. Around the outside goes Jin. Jin onto the gravel trap. This might allow Diana to come by. Where's Diana now? The gap is closing. She might be going around the outside. There she is. Diana goes out to P2. A free position because Jolie defended on the inside, went tight, and that forced around the outside for Jin. But Jin makes another mistake immediately in the next corner at turn 10. That actually has cost him more time than she would have liked. Apart from running the gravel trap and being overtaken by Diana, she also ran wide there, so she's lost a cumulative amount of time of about 4 seconds to Jolie. So that allows Diana now to come and swoop in to try and get it for the race win. 3 laps to go after this. Lap 8 out of 10. What an scintillating battle we're seeing right now between the top fastest drivers in the leaderboard we saw earlier, and now we're going hit all the way here in the final race of the entire day. Meanwhile, cycling through the cameras, we are just watching here, going all the way to P9. That was Khalida. So Khalida, who actually started on pole position, dropped in the first corner. Now she's all the way at the back. Meanwhile, I can confirm right now the drivers who have actually made it through, although confirm as a sort of with an asterisk, because you never know, something might happen in between. But the Group A standings as follows. Akila with 28 points, Genevieve with 22, tied with Noor Shahida, but I don't think we need to do a tiebreaker here because the fact that they're both safe right now. Cherry with 20 points. That win, despite her taking the win in that first race, wasn't enough for her to stay in the front, so she drops to 4th. And then the final transfer spot to go into the final has been held by Sophia with 16 points. So that's the top 5 here. And going home early would be Amira, Kitina, Nuria, Kasrina, Aiman, and Najla. So that's your top 5 then. Akila, Genevieve, Noor Shahida, Cherry, and Sophia going to tomorrow's final. But our eyes are focused now on this particular battle. Who's it going to be to win this race and punch a ticket into tomorrow's grand final here? Diana, who has been in fine form today, has really been the class of the entire field in semi-final 2. But Jolie has proven to be also quite a good fighter here. And in fact, if things stay where they are, they will both be joint winners of the group, because Diana took the first race, Jolie finished second, and if Jolie wins here this one and with Diana second, they will be tied on points. But again, we would not need a tiebreaker because of the fact that they have both gone through. So no matter what happens here, they're both safe for the position, unless of course Diana wants to actually take this win, and so would Jolie. She will try to defend her absolute damnedest to actually prevent Diana from overtaking her. Meanwhile, out of our sights, 5 seconds behind Jin, and definitely lost plenty of time here because 5 seconds to the good. Meanwhile, she's only 3 seconds ahead of Kyra, who herself is also 3 seconds ahead of Sin Yao. So it's about even Stevens right now, but I think for the most part, these are the same drivers who finished in the top 5 earlier. They're more or less assured to be qualified for the grand finals tomorrow. As now we're back up to the front here, the battle for the race win. Diana and Jolie. Jolie a bit squirrely there. Diana dived a bit on the inside. I think she was just probably doing a bit of a dress rehearsal of potentially a move there, but you don't see cars nobly overtaken over, though we have seen a couple of moves done at turn number 5. And in F1 as well, we saw how George Russell and Max Verstappen came across. I think Diana will not want to have that, as now we come up to the back straight into turn 10 at La Caixa. Diana has the slipstream. Jolie is watching her mirrors. Jolie's defending on the inside, going narrow. Diana goes around the outside. She can get it stopped in time and runs deep and runs wide off the track on the penultimate lap. I don't think she'll get a penalty for that one from the game, but no doubt she is actually thinking about it. And Jolie, to her credit, very good bit of defending. She saw what was coming and just bided her time to just scoot over Diana from taking the position. Meanwhile then, onto the final corner, onto the front straight. This is now the final lap of semi-final 2, race 2, the final race of the entire day. And boy oh boy, is it a grandstand finish. We saw it just now between Genevieve and the eventual winner of that particular race, which was car 11. It was Akila. Very close fight. But we're going to see the same thing here. As now further behind, this is between 6 and 7. 6-7 between... looks like car 15, that's Azrina Arifin. Azrina is under severe pressure then from Xin Yi will probably be thinking that this is the last chance to get any sort of position because the top 5 is more or less assured now. They're gonna go home early, but at least out of the 5 that didn't make it here, she wants to finish as best of the rest. But no, for the time being, it may not be happening because look at that, Xin Yi is just that's her bogey cone, isn't it? She's been going off a bit wide quite a few times. Now then, back out to the front. This is Diana and Jolie, and in third place then, not that far away, in fact. Is that a back market? Yes, it is a back market because Jin was driving the white McLaren. That is car number 9. Car in P9 may not be actually a factor here. It's car leader. So, then up to the back straight. Into turn 10. This is the last overtaking point for Diana. Does she want to actually go for broke and risk it all in this final corner, in this final overtaking spot? No, in fact, she's actually very circumspect. So, good bit of thinking there, not to risk it all and waste it away in a half chance that may not be worth it. So, this is the final chance for her to overtake, but it's gone now. Jolie then will take a valiant race win after working together with Jin to build up a bit of a gap. Overtook Jin at the best possible time, and now she is going to take the win here in race number 2 to go tied on points with Diana and punching her ticket into the finale tomorrow. Diana finishes second. They will be finishing tied on points. Jin then, in the white McLaren that's going to come across our screen now, will finish in third. She also punches her ticket into tomorrow's final. Fourth place will be Kyra, and fifth will be Lee Sin Yao, who is the youngest competitor of the lot, 10-year-old, will be making it into the grand final. Would you believe it? That is something for the books. And then now we're waiting for the rest of the field to come by. It's Xin Yi. I think she has actually overtaken. Yes, she has actually overtaken Azrina Arifin for 6th out of our sight. So the battle for 6th, 7th has actually been resolved here, unless of course Azrina will fight back in the final sector. But it's Xin Yi who's actually taking P6 now. It's, I think, come across line soon. In fact, the gap's so far away, we barely can see them on the map. But I think they are now going to go through the final corner if our director can pick up that particular battle, because it is quite close. Yes, finally we actually get them on screen. There it is. Very close battle towards the end. But Xin Yi would actually finish in P6. Azrina Arifin ends the day in 7th. Now we're watching for 8th place. In fact, Khalida has actually crossed the line in P9. Here is Jennifer, who's going to be the sole remaining finisher on the grid right now. The only driver who has not completed the race just yet. Take it slow and steady. She's going to get plenty of camera time here. But for now, this is going to be where she finishes. And that will be the end of her day. This will be the end of her day. And the top 5 finishers from this race have now punched their ticket into the final. There we go. Across the line goes Jennifer, and that confirms the results, provisionally of course, for now, because you don't know what penalty is going to come in. But our winner, Jolie, took a commanding win towards the end after what was a very bit of scares, but she held her nerve and took the victory with some good defending ahead of Diana, and third place goes to Jin. So that's your top 3 in the overall stakes and in the race results itself. Behind them is Kyra, and then P5 will be Xin Yao. So that's your top 5 in this race, and they are the top 5 that are going to punch their ticket into the finals tomorrow. Then further behind there, we had Azrina Arifin in it was actually Xin Yi in 6th, Azrina Arifin in 7th, and then 8th was Jennifer, 9th is Khalida. So that's your finishes. Afika unfortunately had to drop out because of problems with her equipment. But anyhow, that's the last race of the day, and we will be leaving it up to the stewards to decide after this whether or not there will be penalties dished out. But at the end of the day, some really good racing, and I can't wait for what tomorrow brings. But for now, that's it from me, Amir Haziq, and we will be seeing you tomorrow. Thanks in part to our organizers, Kementerian Belia and Sukan Malaysia, with Esports Integrated, and supported by Malaysia Esports Federation, Rakan Muda, and Rakan Digital, with our collaborating partners Aglo Clinic, Natural Wonders, Monster Energy Drink, and Startup Shirt here. Well, Startup T-shirt. Sorry, out of breath. Such an amazing couple of races, but I can't wait to see what tomorrow entails. But for now, it's goodbye, and congratulations to our top 10 finalists. We'll be seeing them tomorrow. Wah. Good job, guys. Good job.